And let's just kind of jump right in. So again, these slides are in the webcast content channel. So we have the live webcast chat channel. That's where we're carrying on our conversations. If you look one channel below that in Discord, that's the webcast content channel. You can get a PDF copy of all of these slides from there. You can also get Bill's FAQ that has a lot of troubleshooting tips and stuff like that on getting the VMs up and running. The beginning of this deck, yeah, thank you to our sponsor companies. So, we are Active Countermeasures. We are a sister company to Black Hills, to Antisyphon, to Wild West Hack and Fast. We're all one big happy family. So, wanted to just send a shout out to the other teams as well, because we wouldn't be able to do this if they weren't doing what they're doing. And the rest of these are kind of, I'm just going to skim through these quick because we already kind of talked about them. You need you need a copy of a VM in order to be able to do the labs. There's 3 different ones. Download the one that works with your VM manager. You'll be in good shape. Access with VMware, you can connect to the private IP address that gets assigned to that VM directly. With VirtualBox, you need to use port forwarding. And what port forwarding does is it opens a port on your host system and maps that to a port on the virtual machine. And the one that's set up by default is port 10,022 on your local host, maps to port 22 on the VM. So when you want to access SSH, you can go in and do it that way. Some people prefer that just because it's easier to copy paste. You get a little bit more control over the screen resolution and things like that. You'll notice I'm using SSH to communicate with my VM as well. Login information. So for the console or SSH, login name threat, password is hunting. When you go to connect to AC Hunter, which is running on the web server at TCP 443, you want to log in using threadedactivecountermeasures.com. Password is hunting2. VMware troubleshooting, I kind of ran through this. These are just some of the common problems you run into or that you could potentially run into, like it doesn't recognize the hardware compatibility. Okay, luckily VMware gives you a tool to go through and fix that. So just run through that tool, you'll be in good shape. It may change the system's IP address. Okay, run this command within the terminal. That'll tell you what IP address you're doing, be able to connect to it then. Will there be toilet breaks later? No, not toilet breaks, but we will have bathroom breaks. What you choose to do in the bathroom is totally up to you. We don't ask questions. But yeah, we'll be doing that at the top of each hour. That will be a slide coming up soon. And for all other VMware problems, throw memory and vCPUs at it. That usually seems to fix it. VirtualBox, the only one I've really seen pop up there is sometimes it changes the IP address of the VM. It doesn't seem to happen as often as it does with VMware. Again, same command will tell you what IP address you're using. You'll have to go in and change your port forwarding to be this new IP address. I gave you a link that walks you through the steps down at the bottom here. Once you log into AC Hunter for the first time, the first thing it's going to do is say, hey, what database do you want to load? Load this one, DNSCAT2-JA3. If you don't have the rest of these that I show in this slide, don't worry about it. That's the only database you need to worry about for now. Some shameless plugs. Bill has an awesome bash scripting class that he's just released through Antisyphon. So that one is definitely worth going in and checking out. Bill is and this is actually his official job title. His official job title that is on his business card is Master of Shitty Little Shell Scripts. And Bill is very, very good at that. So if you're looking at like trying to automate things on the Linux side, definitely a class that's worth going through. Have you been looking at like the Python classes and stuff like that, but you've kind of felt like, yeah, I don't really have a programming background? This would be a great place to start because this will kind of what you learn here, you can build on that to go off and use Python, Perl, PHP, whatever it is you want to go work with after that. If you like this class, I'm doing the advanced version of this class next week. So this is the level 1 class. The advanced class is what, takes it the next step after that. It'll be on Thursday, Friday next week as part of the Snake Oil Summit. And I gave you a link for that down at the bottom there. And that's it for the shameless plugs. We keep those short and sweet. So, as I mentioned, we're going to do breaks at the top of the hour. So, at the top of each hour, we'll do a 10-minute break. The exception is the third hour, our middle point in the class, we do a 20-minute break instead. That way you can, feed your dog, water your kids, whatever it is you need to do, check email, gives you a little bit more time during that. And as was mentioned, please don't use Zoom, the chat in Zoom, to try and communicate with us, because we have so much going on that we don't really get to monitor that channel live. We go back and check it when we can, but we don't really monitor that one live. The Discord live webcast chat channel is really where you want to go in and post any questions or comments you might have. Now, I'm going to be showing command line stuff, and some of us have grown up using GUIs. So once we get terminal access, it gets a little bit harder for us. I'm going to walk through and explain any commands that I show you. One of the things you notice I like to do is I like to nest commands. So you'll see this little bar in between different command sets. And what that does is that says, hey, run this command, but rather than printing the results to the screen, take those results and pump it through another command. And then still don't show it to the screen just yet. Take the results of this and pump it through another command. It just allows you to go through and do multiple processing on the same set of data. I'll go through and explain these things as I go through. But if you need help, either with the class stuff, if the explanation I give just doesn't hit for you, or if you run into this in the wild and you want some help, this is a really good website, explainshell.com, because you can take the Linux command, paste it into a little box on the website, and it will go through and tell you exactly what that command is doing. So, some goals and objectives for this class. We're going to go through and talk about what is cyber threat hunting, because wow, we're about 5 years in and it's still way too confusing. We're going to talk about, what we feel is the best way to go through and do a threat hunt. And I'll talk about that qualification as we go through this as well. We'll also go through and talk about some of the steps that appear in the process of going through and doing a threat hunt. And then for the last half of this class, I'll start off doing a hands-on walkthrough, which means that I'll be interacting with the software live while you have the same copy of the software and the same data, and you interact with it live. And then once you that'll give you a chance to kind of feel like you've got your feet under you using the tool. Now, after that, we're going to give you some labs to go through and do. And the labs you'll go through and try and solve on your own. Excuse me. So, what is threat hunting? There's a what the answer is to this question, I noticed really depends on who's answering it, right? Like I see a lot of old timers that will tell you, oh, threat hunting, I've been doing that for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. No, you haven't. It hasn't existed that long. If you're giving that for an answer, it's because you have a certain skill set that you want to still be valid. You don't want to have to bother learning something new. So you're arguing that this is the same stuff we've always done. It's not. That this is new. What brings this up now is technology's kind of finally caught up to be able to allow us to do this. We'll get into this more later, but one of the things we're going to be doing is looking at every single connection that leaves our environment and scrutinizing it. That takes a lot. That takes a wee bit of storage and an awful lot of processing, and we just haven't really had the capabilities for that up until recently over the last couple of years. And people have different processes they think are a good idea. To me, anything that's going to be accurate has to include this as an active process. Meaning, if you're sitting back and waiting for something to happen, like an alert to go off on your sim or what have you, or your boss to say, hey, why is this weird graphic showing up when I try to log into my system? I did not put it there. I don't know how that happened. If you're waiting for something like that, you're not actually threat hunting, right? Because you're performing what's a passive function. Passive means I'm just sitting back waiting for stuff to happen, and then I'll respond when it happens. Threat hunting is the opposite of that. It's hey, I don't know if I'm in a compromised state or not, but in case we are, I'm going to actively perform a number of steps to verify the integrity of all of my systems at this time. So it's something that gets triggered based on timing, right? We might decide once a week, once a month, once a quarter, we're going to go and do a threat hunt. It's not something that gets triggered because, an alert went off someplace. A threat hunt also needs to include everything. And this is the one that I see missing in a lot of people's descriptions. Because usually what you'll hear is, oh, hey, let's do some threat hunting. We'll go look at our SIM. Okay, here's our first problem. Our SIM doesn't record everything. Yeah, I know you think it does. It doesn't. It never does. There's never everything in there. I've seen environments where, like, the IP based cameras they bought off of Amazon were compromised, taking pictures of the inside of the facility and sending it off to a foreign nation. Those things weren't sending anything to the SIM. If you're checking your SIM, you're not going to catch that compromise. So a good threat hunting process needs to fully incorporate everything. It needs to include those cameras, our network hardware, not just the servers and the desktops, printers. We've been popping printers for years. It's got to make sure the printers get involved with that. Now, here's a challenge. Historically, we've tried to do this from like an endpoint perspective, right? Hey, put some endpoint software on there to tell me if anything malicious shows up on this machine. You can't put a you can't put an endpoint agent on a temperature sensor. You can't put it on your Cisco router. You can't put it on an IP based camera. So threat hunting starting at the endpoint means by design, you're going to miss an awful lot of your network. So a good threat hunting process needs to include everything. And to me, that just mandates it has to start on the network because the network is the only thing that sees all of this stuff, right? Windows Defender does not run on my printer. So I can't leverage Windows Defender to do my threat hunt. I'm going to miss all my printers. But that printer is connected to the network. That may be the mechanism the attacker uses to get access to it. If I start on the network, I'm going to be able to protect that printer as well. Are we getting better at this? So whether we're getting better or not really depends on which study you look at, because this is kind of all over the board. Some studies will tell you we're getting better. Some studies will tell you, no, we still kind of suck at this. Here's the difference I've found. The ones that say we're getting better consistently include ransomware in their metrics. And when ransomware announces itself, identify that as the detect interval. So, in other words, if I drop malware on your box and I encrypt your drive, and 3 days later, I pop up a warning screen that says, hey, all your data is encrypted. Send Bitcoins to this wallet if you want to get your data back. The vendors are saying, woohoo, we detected that in 3 days. No, you didn't. No, sorry, that does not count, right? So that ends up skewing the data. When you start looking at secondary numbers, like how long does it take to recover when an attack takes place? How much does it cost to recover when an attack takes place? Those metrics are staying the same. Now, if we were actually, if it used to take us 6 months to find the bad guys on our network, and we were actually finding it in 30 days or less now, I would expect us to cost less to recover. I would expect the amount of damage to the environment to be smaller. And those secondary numbers aren't changing. So that to me says the studies that say we're really not getting much better at this yet are probably the ones that are more accurate. So why breach data is important. Yeah. So why does that stuff matter? In other words, these general studies, why does that stuff matter? Because we've been at this for a while and we haven't been getting any better. Again, these folks that like have said, oh, I've been doing threat hunting for 12 years now. No, you haven't. And by the way, that process doesn't work. Think about this. What does every friggin' security attestation under the sun require? That you have a centralized way to collect your information and that you go through it on a regular basis. So anybody who has their, PCI DSS, their SOC 2, their ISO 27001, anybody who has any, FedRAMP, anybody who has any attestation at all has been doing this and it's not getting better. There's a description of what does it mean when you try and do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. And it's not a positive description. That's what this is, right? And to me, it's almost like a weird cult, right? It's like folks are doing this, it's not getting any better, but this is the advice they're giving to other people. Hey, do what I'm doing that doesn't work. No, no, we got to make changes. We need to be, it's tough in security, but we need to be agile. We need to go in, we need to try something, collect data, and look at, is this making things better? Yes or no? It's not. Okay, let's try something different. And that doesn't mean we try something really weird like, hey, let's put a raccoon as our CSO and see if that makes things better. There's obvious some things we can look at and say, yeah, that's probably not going to help. But there are a lot of things that we haven't tried historically, like starting on the network to see if we can go through and get better performance than we've gotten in the past. So, what is the goal of threat hunting, right? We kind of talked about a little bit of what it is, but what's its purpose in life? Threat hunting is designed to be the bridge between our protection tool set and our response tool set. Our protection tool set is, here's all the things we're going to do to try and keep the bad people off our network. And that's what you see in this little bubble list here. Response is what we do once we figure out the bad guys are there. What threat hunting's job is to reduce the dwell time, meaning the amount of time it takes between when that attacker first gets access to one of our systems, and they shouldn't be there, to when we actually figure out they're on our network and we're into our incident response process of trying to get them back out again. That's the one single job of threat hunting, to drop that dwell time as much as possible. Now that makes it seem like, oh, well, gee, you only got to do that one thing, Chris. This must be pretty easy. Yeah, no, there's a lot of subtleties to this process that we'll talk about as part of this class. Now, disclaimer, this is new territory. Yeah, like I said, this is fairly new. Threat hunting is fairly new. If you go in and you look at Google statistics on like how often people were searching on cyber threat hunting, and it doesn't really start ramping up at all until about 5 years ago. It doesn't really start to ramp up until you get to like the last year and a half. So this is new territory. We don't have industry standards for this. It's not like, oh, who do I'm going to pick on? It's not like pen testing, right? Pen testing has been around for over 20 years. So what should a pen testing process look like? Well, do a discovery of assets and, identify known vulnerabilities. And, it's a defined process. We've been doing it for over 20 years. Everybody's kind of fallen into the same bucket to say, yeah, this is the best way to do it. So if you take a class on pen testing and then compare it to class B on pen testing, they're going to cover basically the same stuff because it's an established process. We don't have that yet for threat hunting. That's why you can go to YouTube, you can watch 4 or 5 different videos on threat hunting and get 4 or 5 ideas about what it is, where it comes from, and how you should go about doing it. So what we're going to talk about in this class is what works for us. We've literally gone through thousands of these things. This is literally all we do is how do we hone this process? How do we make it better? This has been our focus. This is our focus. It's not, oh, hey, we had an endpoint product and we hear threat hunting is sexy now, so we want to make people think they can do threat hunting with our endpoint product. No, this has been so. At the beginning of this, you saw where we were going with the tool, and I mentioned, yeah, we only made 3 minor changes: the front end, the back end, the middleware. We're not stuck. In other words, if we think there's a better path to go in, and there's data showing that that's a better way to go, we're going to go in that direction, and that's exactly what we do with this training. So, what you're going to hear today is what we think is the best way to do it. Just recognize there's no industry standards around this yet. This is something that's still getting developed. So, like I said, my hypothesis is start with the network. Why? Because you see everything. If I've got, so right now I have a Raspberry Pi sitting on my desk, the power's on, but the Wi-Fi interface is shut off and there's no Ethernet cable plugged in. I have minimal concern that anybody is going to break into that box on me because it's just sitting there. And unless you get access to my office, you're not going to get to it. Now, as soon as the cable gets plugged in, risk increases dramatically, right? Because of that network connection. So it's the network that's tying all of these things together that's causing that risk to increase. So to me, it only makes logical sense that, hey, the thing that's causing the increase in risk, the network, that should be where we start as part of going through and doing our analysis. Because again, it's going to let us see everything that's there. The other reason I like using the network is you can't hide packets, right? There's no Klingon cloak for packets. So it's not like a packet can leave a system, turn its cloak on, go past my detector, and then turn the cloak back off as it gets to the command and control server. That doesn't exist, at least not today. So you see everything. It may try to blend, but it's still there. And if you know what to look for, you'll be able to find it. That's dramatically different than what you have with endpoints, right? Because with endpoints, if I have a really savvy attacker, they may be able to hide their processes. Go back in my history, and I used to do forensics, and I ran into that. And not only did I run into that, I've run into people that when you start doing an image of RAM, right? So, like forensic process, one of the first things you want to do is take a snapshot of the system. And part of what you want to snapshot is everything that's in memory. Someone had written code to look for sequential memory reads and recognize that, hey, normally memory reads are random, right? It's different applications accessing different things in different areas of memory. But when you do a dump a memory, it's sequential through the whole space. Well, it would watch for that type of activity. And when it would see that, it would pull its malicious code out of memory, write it to disk, wait for the process to stop, and reload reload the malicious code. In other words, the attacker could stealth themselves in a way that you, with your best tools, may not actually be able to detect them. Again, on the network, can happen. Packets are packets. You're going to see them going by. So what does this process look like? We'll dig into the details more, but I want to start at like a 50,000-foot view. Let me give you an overall view of the process, and then we'll start drilling down into each of the steps as we go through. The first thing that I like to do as part of a threat hunt is identify connection persistency. One of the things you're going to have consistently is a command and control channel, right? The attacker loads malware up on your system. They need a way to control that. That is a command and control channel. Well, I'll explain them in more detail in a later slide. For now, trust me, they can remotely control your system, even though you got a firewall in the way. I'll show you how it works a little bit later. But that command and control channel, that is a point of weakness we can exploit. That's something we can go look for because its communication characteristics tend to be different versus normal internet traffic. So our first step is to go in and look for connection persistency. Hey, this internal desktop is talking to this IP address out in Guangzhou, China, once a minute, every minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's interesting, right? If that's occurring, if my system is talking to some host all the time, every day, there better be a business need for that, right? I mean, if it's patching, if it's checking time, well, that's okay. We need that. There's a legitimate business need for that. But if I can't tag a business need associated with it, oh, that definitely warrants some further investigation into what's going on, right? So, step one is look for that connection persistency that might be an indication of command and control. And step two is when you find that persistency, see if you can identify a business need that's associated with it. If you can identify a business need, do a deeper analysis on the protocol. Is there anything odd about it? Hey, it's talking to a web server and it's accessing a JPEG file, but the server is identifying that JPEG file as actually being a text file. And when I look at the contents, it looks like it's actually taking a zipped file that's been converted to hex and it's directly loading it into RAM instead of loading it to disk. Oh, that should not be happening, right? That's a little odd. So again, look for abnormal behavior in the protocol itself. You may also want to do some investigation on the internal system, right? So if I see my system is talking to Guangzhou, China once per minute, every day, all day long, what process is doing that? Because if it comes back and says, oh, that's Slack, and I know we use Slack internally, and the external host is a Slack server, yeah, okay, everything copacetic here. But if it's something I don't expect to see, or it's one that I don't expect to see behave that way, like one of the ones we ran across was Notepad was making connections out to the internet. Oh, that's kind of interesting, right? Notepad is just a simple little text editor. It doesn't even really get, it won't even let you embed links and stuff. Why is Notepad talking to the internet? Well, maybe that's not the Notepad we think it is. And that one was kind of cool because if you had a sim and you've written signatures to look for things like PowerShell running, because, warning, Will Robinson, that might be a problem. You're not going to write a signature that says, tell me about everybody run a Notepad, right? Yet here we had context. Hey, that system's making connections to the internet. Notepad.exe is the one making those connections. Notepad usually doesn't do that. And if anything, if for some weird reason Notepad was trying to talk to the network, I would expect it to be going back to Microsoft's environment, not going to some other random place on the internet. In that context, we know that's not the Notepad we think it is. That's something we need to worry about. So again, being able to pull that type of information off of the internal host as part of your investigation can be super helpful when that type of data is available. I learned about DLLs recently utilizing Notepad. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It gets funky. Now, once we've gone through all this information, as a threat hunter, our, what do we need to do? For every internal IP address, we need to be able to create a disposition that says, I'm pretty certain this system is okay, or I'm pretty certain this system is compromised. If we think it's okay, we're probably going to want to add this to a safe list so that traffic pattern doesn't show up again later. So, for example, we see connections going out to Amazon EC2, going to mostawesomemarketing.com, and we have no idea why. And then we go talk to our purchasing department and we find out that the marketing team is paying that company money for a service. Well, that tells us, oh, there's a legitimate need for this connection. There's a business reason for that. Let's create a safe list entry that says when this system goes and talks to, mostawesomemarketing.com, that's okay. Don't worry about that. There's a business need behind it. So anything that we get to the end of the rabbit hole and we decide is good, we add to a safe list. Anything we get to the end of the rabbit hole and we say either we know for sure it's bad or we're really leaning that way, we can't find a legitimate use case, that's when we need to go in and trigger incident response mode. Which data set do we choose for today's lab? So you'll actually be creating the data sets that you're going to be using for the labs, but we're going to start in DNSCAT 2-JA3. That'll be the first data set you're going to want to get loaded up. All right. So here's an example of starting on the network. So I'm looking at an internal system connecting out to a host out on the internet. And this graph on the bottom is describing the connection pattern. In other words, it's identifying for me how often are these connections taking place. My x-axis is time. Each one of these bars represents a 1-hour period of time. My y-axis is quantity. It's how many connections took place during this specific hour or that specific hour. Notice this. I can draw a flat line across the top. What does that mean? That means I have a persistent connection. Someone is communicating out on a very regular basis. Now, what this graphic is displaying, and by the way, this is AC Hunter. We'll go in and we'll play with this one a little bit later. But what this graphic is displaying is what time deltas are we seeing between connections and how often are they seeing them? So what this data is telling me is that, and I'm going to ballpark this, 450 times over the last 24 hours, there was a 27-second gap between connection attempts originating from this IP going to that destination IP. 1,000 times, there was a 28-second gap. Let's call that 1,050, just to throw out a number. There was a 29-second gap. 873 times, there was a 30-second gap. And 50 times, there was a 31-second gap. We'll get into this more later, but this is what's referred to as jitter. Jitter is something attackers will do with their command and control channel to change the timing slightly, like you see here. And the reason they do that is most threat hunting tools leverage an algorithm called k-means clustering to look for repetitive patterns in large data sets. The problem with k-means is that it only works if the time delta is exactly the same every single time. As soon as you start varying it like this, k-means stops working. So here's a little take a peek behind the curtain thing for you. Any threat hunting tool that tells you they do network threat hunting and they can identify beacons on the network, and I'll describe beacons more in just a little bit, but this repetitive connection, that's what's referred to as a beacon, that tells you they can define beacons and they use k-means clustering. What they're really telling you is they can only find beacons where the interval isn't getting jittered. If it's getting jittered, they need to fall back on being a signature-based device, just like an old-fashioned network-based intrusion detection system. They need to fall back on doing that. Personally, I have not seen a red team or an attack in the wild in at least 3 years, maybe longer, that has used a repetitive interval for when it was beaconing. Everybody jitters. Everybody jitters all the time. Notice how this kind of draws a bell curve. I can almost draw a bell curve around these connection attempts. That's Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike is the most common tool used for creating command and control channels by both red teams as well as attackers, including nation state stuff, right? Sunburst was arguably one of the hardest C2 channels to tag that we've experienced so far because it was going off every 15 minutes and it was varying its timing plus or minus 90 seconds. So it was doing a long delay between beacons and it was throwing a ton of jitter into that whole thing, which made it very difficult for most tools to be able to go in and tag that. They did it using Cobalt Strike. So even the Russians going after the United States, nation state level attack. I've seen studies that have claimed there was at least 100 programmers that worked on the code. They still cheated and used Cobalt Strike. So anytime you see this bell curve, you're probably dealing with something that's Cobalt Strike. But notice this sticks out like a sore thumb when you look at this from the network level. Now, if I have data on the host, I might be able to pivot to that. So we have an open source tool I'll talk about later called Beaker. And what Beaker does is Beaker leverages Microsoft's Sysmon tool to record what applications are talking on the network. And it just makes a record of those. And what's nice about that is if you have Beaker running, if I see something like this, I can say, hey, I want to jump into Beaker and see what application was running on this system that was connecting to that IP address over this date time range. And when you jump into Beaker, it'll show you something like this. So here we see, oh, that was Runtime Broker running under the user context of James Kirk that was making those connections. Oh, okay, cool. Well, wait, what's Runtime Broker? Runtime Broker is a Microsoft tool that checks the permissions on applications you've downloaded from the Microsoft Store to ensure that they're not trying to use more permissions than they were granted access to. In other words, it's designed to make sure that the applications behave themselves, the applications you download from the Microsoft Store. Well, wait a minute. This was going to DigitalOcean. Why is a Microsoft tool talking to DigitalOcean? Oh, maybe Microsoft decided, yeah, Azure kind of sucks. We're going to use some third-party provider for our own stuff because we don't trust it. Yeah, no, that's never going to happen, right? So the fact that Runtime Broker is reaching out to DigitalOcean, that's a big clue for me that this is probably not the Runtime Broker we think it is. This is some other application that's taking place. Now, if we just saw this pop up in our SIM, and we did a little investigation work and we learned what Runtime Broker was, we might decide this is okay. But when we look at it in the network context and see it's connecting out to DigitalOcean, that's what lets us know, oh, this is something we need to be concerned about. I don't know about DigitalOcean, but they document NTs they use. Yep. When you're doing threat hunting, don't cross the passive active line. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is what we do as threat hunters should never, ever, ever, ever be able to tip off the attackers that we may potentially be onto them. That should not occur until you're into incident response mode. Why? Because it's real easy when you're working with a small team to make stupid mistakes that seem like a good idea at the time, but may cause things to go completely sideways. And I'll give you the most common one that I run into. We identify a system as being compromised and we isolate the system so we can go through and study it further. Well, gee, how's that bad, Chris? Right? It's compromised. We know it's compromised. So we go through and we isolate that. That way the attackers can't get to it. That way it can't do bad things on our network, but we can still go in and do our analysis. How could that possibly be a bad thing? Here's how. And again, I've seen this multiple times. When the attacker got in, they probably didn't own just that one host. They probably have access to many others. So one of the techniques I like to use is once I identify, yeah, this system's popped, I'll then go look and see, are any of my other internal systems talking to that IP address? And if they are, those other systems are now in scope, right? Most likely they're also compromised and there's a command and control channel running. Typically, what you'll see is one system that's popped that's communicating pretty frequently, like this one is. This one's communicating back about every 30 seconds. All the other systems they own are calling back at some much longer time interval, usually like in like the 6 to 8 hour range. Why? Because that allows them to be stealthier, right? You may notice something going off every 30 seconds. You're probably not going to notice something going off every 6 to 8 hours. So here's what happens, right? And we've all seen this, out in the public, where they say, hey, one of our systems got popped. We isolated it. We cleaned it up. And somehow the attackers got back in again, and we're not sure how. Okay. Described that way, it sounds really bad, right? Here's what actually happened. The attacker got in, moved laterally, popped multiple systems. You only found one of them. They didn't get back in. They were always there. You haven't gotten rid of them yet. So that action of isolating the system might tip off the attacker that you're onto them. Once you tip them off that you're onto them, that kind of puts them a little bit more in panic mode, right? They don't want to get caught. They want to hurry up and try and go after the information that they wanted before you actually kick them out. So they tend to go a little bit more scorched earth. So one of the things I've seen is you isolate that system, and all of a sudden a bunch of other servers in your environment start getting trashed. All the data ends up getting deleted. They end up going down because you tip them off. So again, this is why I come back to don't cross the passive active line. Your data collection as part of a threat hunter should be something your attacker cannot detect. We're pulling the data out of our SIM. We're pulling data out of PCAP files, whatever the case may be. We're doing our analysis that way. We're not going to the terminal on that system and running commands. We're not isolating the system. We're using, data at our disposal to go through and do our task. Now, once we've identified that system as compromised, now we push the big red incident response button. And what's nice about incident response versus threat hunting is incident response tends to pull together a bunch of different disciplines all at the same time, right? Like as on my incident response team, I want at least one or multiple of my pen testers. Because what do? They break into systems for a living. I want their input on what we're going to do going forward, right? That only makes sense. Once you get more people together who have a range of skills, you're less likely to do something like shoot yourself in the foot, right? You're less likely to run into a situation like this where, if you said, oh, hey, the system's compromised, maybe we should isolate it, you're more likely to have someone in that room that will say, no, wait, that's a bad idea. Here's more data we need to collect before we even attempt doing something like that. All right. So let's go in and start talking about C2 detection techniques. So where do we start? Well, as we said, we start on the network. What tools should we use to collect data on the network? The way to do it historically has been with packet captures. Go in, capture all the packets that are going by on the wire. Packet captures are great in that you get full fidelity. You get to see everything that's going by. The downside is you have full fidelity. You have everything that's going by, and you need to figure out some way to store it. So you may be limited in how long you can keep track of this data for. So, that's why today I really recommend that folks use Zeek. Zeek is an open source tool. Anybody can use it, although the company behind it does have an appliance you can buy if you want to, stay fully commercial. That is an option for you. But what Zeek does is rather than storing the whole packet, it just stores the things about the packets that we as security people care about. And that dramatically reduces the storage requirements. To kind of put this into perspective for you, imagine I have a certain amount of storage, and that storage is enough for me to keep track of 5 days worth of PCAP files. Well, 5 days isn't much. I may find something and say, whoa, wait, this system was popped. And it's easily plausible that that attack first occurred more than 5 days ago before I caught it. I've now lost visibility as to what actually took place. If I'm using Zeek, though, and that same amount of storage that would only store 5 days worth of PCAPs, I can probably save 100 days or more of Zeek logs. Well, that's much better historical fidelity, right? So I tend to recommend Zeek for folks. When you're doing your analysis, you want to work with the largest data sets you can, right? Like so if I've only got an hour, hey, I've only got an hour. But that's not going to be my first choice. I'll deal with it because I have to, not because this is what I want to do. You want a minimum of 12 hours. 24 is more ideal. If you have .gov or .mil in your domain and you're worried about, very high level attackers coming after stuff, you may actually want to work with blocks of 3 days or 5 days instead. You want larger chunks of data. Why? Because they may be very patient with these command and control channels, and you need a longer set of data to be able to go through and make that to light. I'll give you a great example. If you look up in the night sky, a lot of times in the direction you're looking is a nebula or a galaxy or something that looks really cool. But your eyes can only take in a certain amount of light, so you don't actually see it. So one of the things you can do is focus a camera on that part of the sky and and take pictures, let's say every 10 seconds or so, and do that over a long period of time. And then meld all those pictures together. Well, when you do that, that increases the amount of visibility you have. And now all of a sudden you get to see this gorgeous galaxy or nebula or whatever it is you're trying to look at. So the ability to be able to work with samples taken over a long period of time gives you better resolution to see what's actually there. The same thing applies here. The exact same thing applies here. So the bigger data sets I can work with, the better. We're going to analyze things in connection pairs, not necessarily just IP address to IP address. It could be IP address to fully qualified domain name. I'll get more into that as we go through. But it's a connection pair. It is a client talking to a server. That's the level of fidelity we're going to need to get into for this. So how would you deploy this for packet capturing? Now, what this looks like depends on your environment, right? This is kind of focused on having, I've got an internal network and I've got systems sitting behind my firewall that leads out to the internet. If you're trying to do something like this on AWS, the setup's going to be a little bit different, right? Typically, what you end up doing in like AWS is you end up with a second NIC that makes a copy of all the packets going in and out of that system, and then you send packets through that second NIC off to your sensor. Different clouds have different ways you need to go through and get this set up. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole because it only applies to people who are actually using that cloud at that time. But this general concept is always going to be the same. The concept is I go through and I plug my sensor in and I say, I want to monitor a portion of the network that all my traffic is going to flow through as it goes to and from the internet. So in this case here, that's my internal interface of my firewall. I could use the external interface, but now everything's been natted, right? It's already gone through NAT. It has a legal address. It's going to make it harder to figure out which internal system was communicating at that time. If I do it inside the firewall, that problem goes away. So my sensor goes through and it gets bound to that port, right? So this might be port copy, port mirror, different switch vendors call it different things. But I'm going to go through and I'm going to say, hey, every packet that passes through interface 5, send a copy of that to port 24. And then I'm going to have my sensor listening on that port. I'll probably have a second interface in here just so I can interact with this box, because this interface is not going to have an IP address assigned because it's not allowed to communicate. It's just grabbing traffic and that's it. But now all my traffic that goes by, copy of it goes out to the internet, copy of it goes out to my sensor. Once I have a copy of that packet, now I can go through and I can do my analysis. Now, does this have blind spots? Does this process have blind spots to it? It could. It is possible for an attacker to roll out C2 to roll out malware and not have a C2 component. We've seen that in the past. The original internet worm was set up that way. Not Petya was set up that way. The problem with these is that folks have learned that you can't control it once you let it out of the bag, right? So in the case of the internet worm, this was someone trying to do a study of systems and didn't expect it to replicate as quickly and as many times onto each system as it did. And it just totally got out of control. And because they had no C2 channel, they had no way to remotely kill it. Right. So it just went nuts. And the internet worm was literally the only time you could honestly say the internet was down, because so many people started trying to unplug to try and, isolate themselves, which turned out to be a bad thing because now they had it on their internal network and they couldn't talk to the forums out on the internet that would actually tell them how they could go through and clean it up. Not Petya was Russia going after Ukraine yet again. And they went in and they popped one of the software systems that was used for paying taxes. So I think the thought process was, well, if you're doing business in Ukraine, you're in Ukraine, so we're going to go after your systems and try and kill them. Well, the problem is business is global. So this got out of Ukraine very quickly and even ended up hitting a number of systems within Russia itself. Oh, that wasn't such a good idea. We attacked ourselves. That was kind of bad. And it had secondary effects that they didn't expect, like they couldn't ship their oil and make money out of Russia because the companies that ran the boats, their software wasn't working because you guessed it, not Petya had gone in and shut that down too. So this can happen, but it's very rare. When it does happen, we're kind of back to relying on our endpoint stuff again. This is the only hole that I've kind of run across on this. So, like I said, step one is going in and checking for connection persistency. So, we want to look at our internal system and we want to see, is it communicating frequently with some host out on the internet? Now, that might be a beacon where it's going off at some time interval. That might be a connection that just opens up and stays open all the time, also referred to as a long connection. This is what you would describe as being connection persistency. So a long connection, like I said, that's just my client creates a connection to the server and it just leaves that connection open all the time. What's tough about those is they tend to be really stealthy. They use up a lot of sockets on the C2 server. So they're not as resource friendly as using a beacon, but they tend to be really stealthy, right? Because if my system is connecting out every 30 seconds to the internet, well, there might be a firewall log getting generated somewhere that'll show it's connecting every 30 seconds. And someone might see that and say, that's weird. Why is it talking to Guangzhou, China? Maybe I should go in and pay attention to that. But if it does it as a long connection, connects out once, just leaves it open all the time, you get one entry in your firewall log and that's it. You're more likely to ignore that, right? Oh, it's just one connection. Why do we need to worry about that? In other words, your firewall doesn't show you, yep, that connection's been open for 3 months now. For 3 months, that connection's been active. You don't see that. You see the initial connection attempt, and that's it. Some firewalls give you the ability to go in and dump a copy of the state table, and that would show you that. But who does that, right? Most of us don't. Zeek has a similar limitation to it. Zeek writes a log entry on connections when that connection closes. Well, again, if I've got a long connection that's been open for 3 months, that means I don't get to see that log entry until after 3 months when the connection actually goes into a closed state. We did release an open source module that looks at Zeek's state table. And every hour when Zeek goes to write out its logs, we actually look to see what's in the state table that didn't get written to the log. And we create a new log file called, I think it's open-connections.log, that records that information for you. So what you would notice is, that file is getting created every hour. You'd look at it and say, hey, my system's talking to Quanzu China, and it has been for 40 minutes. Now it has been for an hour and 40 minutes, and 24 hours later, now it has for a day and 40 minutes. Yeah, that's something I might want to go and pay attention to. I might not want to wait the 90 days until the connection actually closes. AC Hunter has a screen for going through and checking this. I mentioned that that open versus closed state, and normally Zeek will only show you closed sessions. We obviously use our open source module by default. So that's the state column here. Sometimes you may see an entry listed as open. That tells you that that connection has not actually closed yet. If you process a PCAP file, it shows everything is closed. Just because, hey, we got to the end of the PCAP file, we assume everything's done. But if you're working with live traffic, which is what most of us are going to be doing within our environments, we'll show any connections that happen to still be in an open state. You can also look at individual connection time versus cumulative connection time. And what's the difference between the two? Well, individual is just, hey, this session ran for this period of time. Cumulative is, here's how often these two endpoints have been in contact with each other over this period of time. So, for example, take something like Metasploit. Metasploit has a real sneaky command and control channel that it sets up. What Metasploit does is it creates the connection, it holds it open for 30 minutes, and then it kills it, and then it immediately reestablishes the connection again. And it does that every 30 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, if I'm looking for lengthy connection times on my network, 30 minutes isn't bad, right? Typically, what I would classify as a long connection is something that's running like 20,000 seconds or more. That's about 5.5 hours, somewhere in that ballpark there, right? It's running for like a full business day or a longer period of time than that before I would really classify it as a long connection. So something only running 30 minutes, that's down in the ground noise. You'd never even see that. Further, because it's connecting every 30 minutes, it's only making 48 connections in a day. Well, when people go in and they look to see, hey, are any of my systems beaconing out to the internet, they tend to be focused on thousands of connections taking place in a day, not 50 or less. So what makes Metasploit so sneaky is if you're looking for long connections, you miss it because the time is down in the ground noise. And if you're looking for beacons, you miss it because the connection count is down in the ground noise. But if you look at cumulative communication time, what's the total amount of time these two systems have been talking to each other? Oh, now it sticks out like a sore thumb because now you see they've been in contact with each other for 24 hours of the last 24 hours. That allows you to be able to go in and tag stuff like that pretty easily. So what is a beacon? Let's talk this through. So beacon, I've kind of already mentioned this. This is that repetitive connection taking place, right? My internal system is connecting out to that host out on the internet, and it's doing it on some sort of time interval. Here's an example of how this works. So I mentioned command and control channels allow an attacker to control your system, even though it's sitting on the other side of a firewall. How does this work? The attacker goes in and they first need to compromise the internal host. So this typically starts off as some sort of social engineering attack. Like, they send an email with some link or some attachment that the user clicks, and that what facilitates that system getting compromised. Once the system is compromised, it's pre-coded to connect out to some host on a regular basis and do it at some specified time interval. And again, there might be jitter here, there might not. I'm trying to keep this simple. So I'm saying every 5 minutes it connects out and just calling it done. So my compromised system every 5 minutes is calling out to this command and control server. Well, when it's doing that, what is it doing? Well, it's connecting to that control server, that C2 server. It's identifying itself and it's checking its work queue. My C2 server is going to have a work queue for every single system that's been compromised. And our attacker can connect to that C2 server and submit work to any of those work queues. So this system that's compromised might be calling home saying, "Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep." 5 minutes later, "Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep." Over and over and over again. My attacker might then come in and say, "Hey, I want you to run the task list command," and it'll insert that in the work queue. Now, the next time this system calls out and says, "Hey, do you have anything for me to do?" It's told, "Yes, I want you to run the task list command." The malware will then go and run the task list command under whatever user level of permissions it has, right? So if it's been able to get admin on the box, all bets are off at this point. Or, maybe it's just running as a regular user if you're lucky, if you can call getting compromised lucky at all. But it'll run that task list command, and then it'll exfiltrate that data out through the same command and control session and says, "Here's the results of running that command." And then it'll wait 5 minutes and check back in again and say, "Hey, do you have anything for me to do?" Just over and over and over again. This is what circumvents that firewall, because all connectivity is being generated outbound. The attacker isn't actually coming in. Now, there's some variations off of this that makes it even harder to be able to go in and grab this stuff. Like, I might take my command and control server and put it behind a content delivery network. We've seen this in the wild with Amazon, and we've seen it with Akamai. So what the attacker does is, rather than having the compromised system talk to it directly, it talks to a fully qualified domain name that maps it through a content delivery network and then gets delivered to the command and control server. Well, this raises all sorts of detection problems, right? Because problem number one, it's not connecting to a single IP address anymore, is it? It's connecting to whatever CDN server cluster is part of, my geographical location. So it may end up talking to, 3, 5, 15 different IP addresses in the course of a day. Further, this is a content delivery network. They do this as a service. So for example, if let's say they hide themselves behind Akamai, well, part of the traffic going to Akamai is Microsoft traffic. So when your systems check in to see, "Hey, do I have any patches?" A lot of times they're going through the Akamai network to do that. So my C2 channel is broken up over multiple IP addresses, and we have legitimate traffic going to those same IP addresses at the same time. Yikes. How do we figure out the C2 there? Well, we can't do it by analyzing IP to IP. We have to look at the source IP and what fully qualified domain name it's talking to. Or we can look at the host value if it's HTTP traffic, or the SNI value if it's HTTPS traffic. But we need to use those values as our endpoints. That will pull together all these multiple IP addresses and sort out all the legitimate traffic and get it out of the way. And I mentioned this already. Beacons tend to jitter, and they jitter because that defeats k-means clustering. If you're trying to use a tool that's based on k-means clustering, the easiest way to circumvent that is to introduce some jitter, because their only option at that point is to go in and try and do signature matching. And that's not the best way. What we're doing here, if you think about it, is behavior analytics, right? Hey, you're talking out on a regular basis. There better be a business need for that. That's behavioral analytics. And what's nice about that is you can change things and still detect it, right? To the best of my knowledge, Rita and AC Hunter, the two tools we're talking about today, are the only ones that caught sunburst when it came out. We had customers that were, "Hey, my solar wind server is talking to this IP address in Europe on a regular basis, and it's never done that before." Analyzing the behavior is what allowed them to tag it and figure out they needed to isolate that system 3 months before everybody else in the world figured out there was a problem they needed to be concerned about, by doing behavior analytics. As soon as you switch to being signature based, which a lot of tools rely on, you can only catch the stuff that you know about. You may remember once FireEye came out and said, "Oh, hey, there's this sunburst thing," all of a sudden everybody starts releasing signatures, right? Well, dude, it's too late. right? The Russia knows we're onto them, so they're not going to use that anymore. So the signature doesn't matter. Where I needed the signature was 3 months ago when this software first showed up on my system, but you didn't know to write that signature. That's one of the strengths of doing this from a behavior analytics perspective. All right. And with that said, it is the top of the hour. So let's go through and take a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes after the top of the hour, I will pick up from here and keep going. I'm going to go on mute until we come back. All right. We are back. So when we left, we were talking about beacons. And there's actually a couple of different ways we can go about trying to detect beacons. One is based on timing. And this is what we were looking at a little bit earlier. It's going off on a regular basis. We can go in and we can try and detect that time interval. And we said that, there's some things attackers can do like jitter to try and make it a little bit more difficult to detect them. But that's one of the nice things about having large data sets. The example we looked at earlier, we noticed it was jittering its time between I think it was 27, 28 seconds and like 31 seconds. But what's nice about looking at big data sets is if I take that and I average that out over an hour, well, that normalizes out an awful lot of the jitter. In other words, it's going off at 27 seconds. It's about as often as it's going off at like 31. So those are going to kind of normalize each other out and make it really easy to go in and pick up on this stuff. But timing is not the only way. I can also go in and look at it based on the amount of data that's going back and forth. But this is what we looked at early, and I'll talk about that more in just a minute. But this is what we were talking about from a timing perspective, right? And like I said, if I'm connecting at a regular interval, even if there's some jitter involved, if I average those out over an hour, well, I can still see a flat line across the top. That's persistence. That's something I need to investigate further and see, is there a business need for this? If there is, great. We're in good shape. Add it to our safe list. If not, this is bad. We need to get more data. We need to do further investigation. So this is that graphic that was in the top right that I was showing you earlier. And what this is doing is it's breaking down how often is a certain time interval seen. And the way to read this graphic is just, this is what a beacon without any jitter is going to look like, right? So this is saying this is going off once per second. It went off almost 70,000 times. Let's call it 68,000 times, just to pick a round number. And we don't see any other time intervals being represented. So that tells us, this is a beacon with no jitter. But if we have jitter, that's when we start seeing multiple time intervals showing up like we have over here. This one's actually fairly random. They did a pretty good job with it, right? Sometimes it's going off at 5 seconds, sometimes it's going off at 45 seconds. But again, if I take these and average them out into bigger blocks and then average those out over a longer period of time, it becomes much, much easier to see there's a pattern here that we need to be concerned with. So that's detection based on timing. We can also do detection based on session size. So remember I said that compromised system is calling out to a command and control server saying, do you have anything for me to do? If it's got a fast beacon interval to it, a majority of the time what it's going to hear back is, nope, no commands in queue for you, go back to sleep. That data, that exchange is going to have a certain size associated with it, right? In order to communicate, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. That's going to transfer a certain amount of data outbound and inbound. Well, I can use that to identify what's referred to as my heartbeat. My heartbeat is just the constant checking in to say, is there anything for me to do? Nope, there isn't. Okay, I'll go back into a sleep state. But remember when I was talking about beacons, I said the attacker might submit a command. And I think I use task list as a command. It could be dir, it could be whatever. Let's stick with task list just because that's a useful command an attacker might want to run to get a good lay of the land on what's running on that system. And we said that when they submit that to the queue, the next time the system checks in and says, do you have anything for me to do? What comes back is run the task list command. What then gets sent back to the server is the results of that task list output. Well, that's going to change the amount of data that went back and forth as part of that specific session, right? It's no longer no go back to sleep. It's run task list, and here comes the output from running the task list command. That's going to change the size of the output. Here's where this gets really cool. This allows us to get a handle on what is the attacker done on that system, even if the data is encrypted. Now, I'm going to piss off some vendors. Vendors are this. I've seen vendors out there that are pushing these HTTPS proxies. So their concept is have all your clients connect to our proxy. We'll check to see if there's anything malicious, and then we'll let the traffic go out from there. It sounds good in concept, right? Here's the problem. The problem is most attackers, and again, I've seen this consistently over the last couple of years, are obfuscating or encrypting their data, and then they're running it through HTTPS. So, in other words, they may take their data, encrypt it, and then run their data through an encrypted channel. Well, if you purchased one of these expensive proxies, what happens at the proxy? Well, the proxy strips off the HTTPS information, right? It strips out TLS. And what it looks at is ciphertext data that's been obfuscated. And now it tries to pattern match to see if there's any malware there. Well, that isn't going to work, is it? And when it doesn't find it, it bundles it up and it sends it off on out towards the internet after that. Well, Chris, that doesn't sound very useful. Bingo. I was actually at a conference where a vendor was pushing one of those things. And I was talking to one of the folks there and brought up, hey, attackers like to encrypt their data. And they recognized, yeah, you're right. We've seen that too. And it's, well, then this does no good. Oh, no, it does. It gets you closer to the data because we're pulling the HTTPS away. No, that's not how this stuff works, right? You know, encryption is not like a fuzzy windshield, right? Where you can say, well, I ran my wipers. There's still a little fog on the inside, but because the wipers ran, I can see the road a little bit better than I could before I ran the wipers. No, that's not how this works. Ciphertext is ciphertext. So when you strip away the HTTPS, you still have ciphertext. There's nothing to pattern match on. It's not like it's, oh, well, we stripped off the HTTPS. Now we can see the first letter of each word. No, no, no. It doesn't work like that. So those boxes are freaking useless, right? But doing a session size analysis, now we can get a pretty good idea of what's going on. I'll give you an example, right? So let's say this system that got popped has a customer database on it with private information. It's got social security numbers in it. It's got all sorts of real nasty stuff. So we've got this 1 gig database that has all this private information that if it got out, we're going to be screwed. And we've recognized there's a beacon coming from it. We've recognized the box has been popped. And we're looking at the session size analysis and we see this. And our boss walks up to us and says, I needed a definitive answer on whether they got the customer database or not. Is that a yes or a no? What do you say to that? Well, think about it. I mentioned the database is 1 gig in size. So if they ran a command to grab a copy of that database, we would see a 1 gig transfer. Now, maybe they compress it beforehand, it's 500 megs, right? But we should see like 500 megs or more getting transmitted if they got a copy of the database. Well, let's look at our data here. I have an activation point here that is right around, let's call that 100 bytes. We have another one at 177 bytes. And this one out here, let's be generous, we'll call that 300 bytes. So the largest data transfer that's taken place over this command and control channel is 300 bytes. Did they get our 1 gig customer database? No. Well, but Chris, it's encrypted. We can't see the data. We don't have to. This tells me, right, 300 bytes is our biggest data transfer. This tells me they're doing connectivity checks. They're not even looking at what's in directories yet or running that task list command because that would result in more data getting transmitted. So by doing a session size analysis, we can actually get a pretty good handle on what are the implications of that system being compromised? What have they actually been able to extract from that system? Now, we said not all persistence is evil. Patching, checking time, those are all examples of persistent connections. These are things that we'd want to go through and add to our safe list. What the safe list does for us is it keeps us from doing the same thing over and over again, which we already defined later as just damn crazy, right? It's crazy to do the same thing over and over again. We don't have to. by going in and saying, oh, hey, any of my systems that connect to a host with an ntp.org using UDP 123, that's just a time check. Do not show me those. I don't care about those. I know that I have identified those as having a legitimate business need. Great. Now, tomorrow, when I do my threat hunt or next week or next month or next quarter or whatever that time interval happens to be, I won't see any of those systems anymore. I don't have to hunt back through them and say, oh, yeah, that's right. This one's okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. This one's okay. So safe listing is a really powerful tool as part of threat hunting to keep this to be a manageable process. What you're going to find is the first time you threat hunt your network, it's going to take you like a week to go through the first 24 hours worth of data that you look at. And I'm just throwing out a ballpark number, if you've got like a 1 gig connection to the internet, about 1,000 hosts, yeah, it's probably going to take you about 5 days to go through that first block of 24 hours if you don't have any safe list entries yet. And it's going to take you that amount of time to go through and figure out which of this stuff is okay and which stuff is not. So you're going to spend 5 days doing that. But the next time you do a threat hunt, it'll probably only take you a day because of all the safe list entries you've created. The only thing you'll have to analyze is anything new since the last time you did a threat hunt. And there might be a couple things in there that you missed the first time. So when we update our safe list the second time and we do our threat hunt the third time, maybe another week after that, now it's taken us 2-3 hours instead of a whole day. So we've gone from 5 days to do this process to a couple of hours just in a couple of hops by making sure we add in safe list entries. Is the consensus to use BPF when creating safe lists? So one step, that is an awesome question. My feeling is don't use BP filters unless you have to. Why? Because what BP filters do is they say, ignore this traffic pattern. I prefer, when possible, to say, capture it, still collect it, but just don't pay attention to it as part of the threat hunt. So what I would do is still collect everything, but then have a secondary process that goes through the data I collected and removes anything that was part of a safe list entry. Why? What happens if I shoot myself in the foot? So I'll give you a perfect example. We had a customer that safe listed content delivery networks based on the IP address of the content delivery servers. What does that mean? Well, that means they're ignoring everything that goes to the CDN, not just the Microsoft traffic that caused them to decide they needed to create a safe list entry in the first place. Anything and everything going through that CDN gets ignored, including the red team that they had hired to try and breach their network and create a command and control channel, which they were able to do successfully. And they went undetected because that traffic was going back to those IP addresses they had safe listed. Now, if we had done this as a BP filter, that data is gone. It was never collected. But if we still collect it and then just parse it out later, well, we can say, oops, we made a mistake. Let's remove that rogue safe list entry. Now let's go back through our data again and review it. And now that type of stuff will be able to pop out for us. So the only time I use BP filters is when it's stuff that is noise. So, for example, Zeek may record local broadcasts and multicasts. Well, that isn't stuff going to the internet. That's just taking up bandwidth and log space. So, to create a BP filter to say, don't even bother capturing it, yeah, I'd be totally cool with that. All right. So, I use it for noise, but anything that might potentially be something I want to look at later, I'd rather collect that. That was an awesome question. So, identifying business need. This is normally a fairly straightforward process, right? It's going back to a Microsoft system. It's got a legitimate digital certificate. You do some Google research and you find out that that is a known, message bus server that Microsoft uses. Yeah, okay, I can go and create a safe list entry for that. Some of these might take a little bit more work. I mentioned earlier an example of, hey, it's going to some weird domain, but we went to purchasing, and purchasing was able to tell us that they're actually one of our vendors. Okay, that explains that there is a business need with our connection that's taking place there. Now, should we be sending them the data we're sending them? That's a completely different story that's outside of threat hunting. But the fact that they're a, identified vendor makes it now, at least as part of threat hunting, we can go in and we can create a safe list entry for that. If I can't create a safe list entry, right? If I can't identify a business need, now it's time to start digging into that system. Right. So what I like to do is, we've already started researching that external IP to see if there was a business need associated with it. Let's just kind of continue down that range. What ASN is it going to? Is it going to ChinaNet? And I don't do business in China. Warning, Will Robinson. That's something I need to pay attention to, right? If the geolocation information pulls it up as being Guangzhou, China, and I know I don't do business there, yeah, warning, Will Robinson. That's something I need to go in and pay attention to. So again, knowing what's going on with that external system may help us kind of may help us kind of run this down a little bit further. Now, some helpful links for doing this research. So all of these are links that you can see where it says bracket IP address bracket, throw an IP address in there and then query that URL. And these sites record information, different types of information about what's known. So, for example, like Abuse IPDB will let you know, is that IP address been seen performing abusive behavior anywhere out on the internet? Whereas Shodan's going to show you, hey, is that host actually exposed to the internet? And there's accessible sockets that are open on that box, which could have caused it to get popped, which means an attacker could have then turned it into, something that they're using for ill-gotten gain. Now, once I researched that external IP, and or fully qualified domain name, whatever the case may be. Once I've researched that target and I've identified I can't identify a legitimate business need associated with this, my next step is to go in and start analyzing the protocol usage. Okay, what type of a connection was taking place? Was it NTP over UDP 123? And when I analyze the data being sent, it's just time queries. Well, okay, even though I didn't recognize the domain it was going to, these are just time queries. I don't need to worry about this. So maybe, this isn't the time server we normally use. Maybe I need to have a sysadmin make a change so it does use the correct time servers. Um, there's a number of ways we can go in and try and crack that up. But we want to go in and kind of dig deeper on that protocol to see what's going on. Now, some of the things we may want to keep an eye out for, things like apps or ports that we just don't expect to see going in and out of our environment, like remote control software, right? That's something that, Chrome Remote Desktop. Why is that running? If we don't use that for support and it's not going back to a known support server or a known support subnet, what's going on there? TeamViewer is the one that I tend to see a lot. And this kind of gets into you can't, how I want to say this. Um, TeamViewer is good or bad depending upon whether you know it's there or not, right? In other words, with AC Hunter, the Enterprise Edition, we have a safe list and a safe list set that we ship with the product, right? Here are time servers, patching servers, etc. TeamViewer is one we don't have a default safe list entry for because whether it's good or bad depends on whether you know it's there. I've been on threat hunts where, one of the things we'll ask the target network is, do you run TeamViewer? And we had one environment that I'm thinking of that they said, yes, we have TeamViewer running on these 3 different IP addresses. And then we then went in and did our analysis and we found it running on 15 different systems. Well, that meant in 3 instances, TeamViewer good, but in 12 instances, TeamViewer bad. And it turned out one of them was really bad because that server was originally managed by a third party they had hired to do database management, who turned out to be inept at their job, that they actually took to court to get out of having to fulfill their contract with them because they were so piss poor, and they won that contract. Well, that server was still online. TeamViewer was still running. This company they pissed off and didn't pay still had remote access into their network if they wanted it. Oh, no, that's not a good idea, right? So part of our safe listing might need to get a little bit choosy, right? So For example, with Microsoft patching servers, we can say, hey, any of our Windows systems go into it, don't worry about that. But with TeamViewer, we might want to go in and say, these three specific source IP addresses, these three internal servers, they can talk to TeamViewer and that's okay. But if anybody else talks to TeamViewer, oh, I want that showing up on my threat hunt. I want to be able to find out about that. Unknown app on a standard port. So, for example, it's talking to TCP/80, but there's no HTTP header. Or it's talking to TCP 443, but there's no SSL hello packet coming from the client. There's no SSL hello packet coming from the server. The server is not sending over its digital certificate. All that stuff we expect to happen as part of an HTTPS connection, none of that is taking place on TCP port 443. Oh, that's a problem, right? Those are the two I focus on the most because what what an attacker may do is when they compromise a system, they need to know how can I call out towards the internet. They're not going to pick some weird port because you might block it. They're going to pick ports you're more likely to let out towards the internet, and 80 and 443 go to the top of that list, right? But what they may also do is not bother adhering to that protocol. Or they may try to adhere to the protocol, but not come close enough so that it isn't identified as being legitimate HTTP traffic. They may miss something in the headers. Well, that may give you a heads up that, hey, this thing might be worth going in and paying attention to. So I'm not talking about a known application running on a non-standard port. You know, I might have some sort of device that I'm communicating to that has a web server listening on port 9000. Yeah, I don't necessarily care about that from a threat hunting perspective. I might care about it from some other security angle, but not from threat hunting. With threat hunting, this is a well-known port. Has an application that is always associated with it, and that application isn't being used across this port, which means somebody might be trying to tunnel out. That's what you want to go in and pay attention to. Now, what's kind of cool about Zeek is Zeek recognizes over 55 different applications. So, for example, one of the challenges you run into with like most firewalls is when the firewall says this IP was talking to that IP via HTTP, it usually doesn't mean it was HTTP. What it usually means is they were talking to TCP port 80 on that system, and I'm going to assume that it was HTTP. Well, no. Ask you me. No. Don't make an ass of me and you by assuming things, right? What Zeek does is Zeek actually goes in and decodes the application layer to go through and try and identify that. So, for example, here I'm seeing a connection going out and it's saying, hey, this traffic going to TCP port 80, that was HTTP. I saw an HTTP header go by. But this traffic to TCP port 80, I don't know what that was. I didn't see an HTTP header get exchanged. So it actually can tell the difference between the two, which is super useful as part of what we're going through and doing. And just here's an example how AC Hunter goes through and displays that information. So you'll see you'll see COM, which is short for communication, and you'll see this was traffic going to TCP 443, and you should see SSL. Zeek doesn't tell you the difference between SSL and TLS. It just labels both of them as SSL because that was the first protocol. What you want to look for is, does it say a dash? In which case it couldn't recognize the protocol. Or does it say, SSH? In which case you look at that and you're like, why is somebody running SSH through the HTTPS port? That may be worth going in and paying attention to. So yeah, that's the type of stuff you're going to look for there. Unexpected protocol usage. So a lot of times what you find is that attackers don't break the communication rules, but they find ways to bend them in a way that supports their nefarious activities, but are still RFC compliant. And yet it looks very different from the behavior you would normally expect out of that application. And I can give you a great example of that. Command and control running over DNS. Right. So one of the problems with with compromising a system and having it call out to a C2 server is that compromised system is usually doing direct connects to the C2 server. We looked at that earlier, right? So you might notice a new traffic pattern based on that. What if I wanted to be even more stealthy than that? Right? What if I want to make sure that you don't get to see that type of traffic? You don't see this C2 channel. Well, one of the things I might do is tunnel it over a known to be used protocol like DNS. Here's how that works. So I'm this attacker up here with the little pointy horns coming out of my forehead. That's why I got the camera off. And I compromise the system. I want to have it call back to a command and control server in a stealthy way. I need to do a little setup work first. The first thing I do is I go out and I register some domain. I'm using evil.com here as an example. I'm sure that one's taken, but I'm going to go out and I'm going to register some domain. And when you register a domain, you're told you need to identify what are the authoritative servers for that domain. And what I do is I identify my command and control servers as being authoritative for my domain. Now, my malware that's on this system, when it wants to call home, it sends a DNS query for something in the domain that I control. Well, it's going to send that to the local DNS server that normally resolves things for it, right? So it'll send a DNS request to that system. Now, this says it's sending a text record. This could be an MX record, an NS record. There's a lot of different ways you can make this work. So don't get caught up in the text thing. I see way too many people do that. It's real easy to do this using the MX records instead. But what's important is I'm going to send a DNS query to the local resolver and say, hey, I need you to look this up for me. Now, this is one of our first clues. Notice that doesn't look like a name you would assign to a system, does it? That's not something a human would normally select because it's easy to remember anytime they want to connect to that system, right? So that's one of our first clues. But when this is running in the background, it's kind of hard to write a process that says, look for things that don't look like some human give it a name, right? Those are a little bit harder to go in and kind of catch up on. So we'll come back and come up with ideas on how to catch this later. But I'm sending a DNS query that includes the domain that was registered. And that goes to my local resolver. Well, my resolver doesn't have an answer for this, right? So what does it do? Well, it goes out to the root name servers and it's told, hey, go talk to the comm servers. When it talks to the comm servers say, this server is authoritative for that domain. Go talk to it. Well, now my resolver actually completes my C2 circuit and it sends my C2 traffic out to the C2 server. This is coded to let the server know who's compromised. The answer that it sends back is whatever is in the work queue for that system to go through and do. So it may respond back in a way that tells that system, I don't have anything for you to do, go back to sleep, run the task list command, whatever the case may be. And it's all taken place over DNS queries and DNS answers. There's no new traffic coming out of that system. That makes this really stealthy. Now, they're bending the DNS rules, right? DNS wasn't designed to carry information. So they're bending the rules to use it that way. The fact that they're bending the rules gives us some behavioral aspects we can go in and try and key in on to be able to catch this. Not signatures, right? We could write a signature that says, hey, anytime somebody does a lookup on 2020202020, generate an alert and let me know. Well, that'll work fine here. But what if that pattern doesn't appear? Now we're going to miss it. But if we look at this from a behavior perspective, we'll be able to catch it all the time. Think about how DNS works, right? DNS is you're querying resources out of a remote domain. How many resources does it make sense for a domain to expose to the internet? For most environments, it's 10 or less, right? You might have a web server, a mail server, a couple DNS servers, a customer portal. Oh, look, we're still counting fingers on one hand. In other words, we haven't even made it to 10 yet. That's all most environments are going to have. So for a domain name I don't recognize, I'd expect this to be a fairly low number. Let's be really generous, right? And say 10, maybe 20 most, and that's it. But we've got some exceptions to that rule. What about Akamai, Google, these big environments that offer internet-based services? Well, we might actually see a couple hundred different resources showing up. Okay, that's fine. But all of these are going to be domains we recognize, right? I don't have to tell you what Google does. Everybody knows. I don't have to explain that domain to you. Microsoft, Amazon, Akamai, same type of thing. So these are well-known, recognized entities. Those are the ones we might see a couple hundred from. Well, now we can use that as a behavior analytic. Anytime we're seeing an excessive number of resources being queried out of a domain, that now becomes interesting and something that might be worth taking a look at. So, for example, one of the things AC Hunter will do is it will tell you, hey, potential C2 over DNS detected. It does it in bright orange up in the top corner of the screen. And you'll see something like this. So, what this is telling us is that for the domain r-1x.com, 62,468 unique resources were queried. There were 109,000 total queries sent. We don't care about that number. That's just how busy the domain is. We care about this number: 62,468 unique resources. Think about that. Why would a domain, is there any domain that has 62,000 servers online that anybody can go and try and access? I don't think so. So they're not breaking the DNS rules, but they're bending them in a way that allow us to go in and look at that and say, that doesn't look normal, right? Here's Akamai down here. In Akamai, we only queried 154 unique resources. I would expect Akamai to be top of this list, definitely in the top three. So our biggest queries are going to be in like the 150 range here. And this blows that out of the water at 62,000. We need to go in and pay attention to this. So that's one way we could tag this. The other thing we can look at is utilization. So again, think about how DNS works, right? I type a name into my browser. My browser needs an IP address to actually connect to that resource. So it goes to DNS and it says, hey, DNS, give me an IP address for this resource. That DNS server goes out, finds the answer, hands back an IP address. We connect to that IP address. That's how DNS works a majority of the time, right? So let's take a look at this output here. So that Akka DNS, we resolved 125 different unique resource records. What this screen is telling me is that the result of resolving these 125 unique resource records was that 13 of my internal IP systems connected multiple times to one or more of those resources. Again, this is how we expect DNS to work, right? Well, think about C2 over DNS. We're not looking things up to connect there. We're looking things up because we're hiding information in those queries and responses. So the result of that is the only systems that ever talk to that environment are the ones talking to the DNS servers. In other words, our local DNS servers will talk to the evil domains DNS servers. That's the only traffic we see going back and forth. Our clients are never connecting to it. That's another warning, right? We looked up 62,000 unique resource records, but none of our users needed to access any of those resources. Oh, that doesn't sound right. That definitely does not sound right. Other things you can look for is things like odd user agent strings, right? So I see people kind of get this a little wrong, right? The idea is look for a unique user agent string within your environment. The problem there is that we've got a mixed environment. If everybody was running Chrome on Windows 11, and that's the only platform in our environment, yeah, doing that, we look for unique user agent strings would work just fine. But the problem is some people are running Windows 11, some are running Windows 10, some are running Chrome, some are running Firefox, some people are running on a Mac, there's Linux systems, there's hardware devices. It's real easy to end up with a unique user agent string. What you want to look for uniqueness on is on a per source basis. Here's what I mean by that. So what this is doing is this is listing out the contents of http.log. This is one of the Zeek log files. And I'm using this command zcut to extract out certain fields from that log. So I'm looking at the source IP address, the destination IP address, but most importantly, the user agent string. And then I'm saying I want to focus on one of my internal IP addresses. And then I'm going to manipulate this data so that I'm looking at how many different IP addresses did I use this user agent string when I was communicating with those IPs on the internet? In other words, how many different systems how many different IPs on the internet was this user agent string used from this source IP address? And what this tells me is that for 15 different IPs on the internet, I used this string as my user agent string. For 12 of them, I used this. For one of them, I used this. Well, this and this identify it as being Windows 10, right? Microsoft Internet Explorer 7 running on Windows NT 5.2. 5.2 is Windows XP. So sometimes I'm Windows 10, sometimes I'm Windows XP, but only when I talk to this one IP. Oh, that doesn't make logical sense, right? Again, we're not breaking any RFC rules, but from a behavioral perspective, I would expect my system to consistently communicate, identifying itself the same way. Now, there is an edge case here. Maybe I've got somebody running Windows XP in a virtual machine. That's possible. But I think we can all agree that's pretty damn unlikely. And if they are doing that, it's because we're running some weird ass software that we can't update or it breaks. And it's probably the server for that is going to be on the internal network, not out on the internet someplace. And we're already going to know that system exists. So seeing this tells me, oh, yeah, I got a problem here. Whatever process is identifying the user agent string that way, that's probably something that's not going to make me happy. JA3 hashes can be used the same way. So same way a user agent string describes what software is on that system, JA3 kind of does the same thing. It identifies what parameters are being used as part of a TLS negotiation. And again, different operating systems, different browsers are going to do that negotiation slightly differently. But I should see a pattern to that. I should see it's always something on Windows 10, right? Like, maybe it's 90% Chrome and 10% Firefox, but it's always on Windows 10. Okay, that makes sense. But if I see, oh no, it's, 99% Windows 10, but 1% Windows XP or Windows 95, well, that's a problem. And what checks we do on our internal systems really depends on what we already have in place, right? I might not have the ability to go in and generate logs and that type of thing off of all this stuff. That's something we need to kind of get set up ahead of time. So if I have internal host logging, we've looked at this. I can leverage that. Now that I see, hey, I've got a connection going out where that operating system identifies itself as Windows XP. What process is doing that? Do I recognize that process? Is that a legitimate process, or is that something I need to worry about? Point of sale systems in restaurants, I've seen Windows 3.11. Yeah, that's a great example. So anything that's hardware, like a point of sale device, is probably running something so outdated it will frighten you when you figure out what the operating system is. But here's a cheap, easy way to go through and set something like this up. Set up some internal logging. I mentioned we've got this open source project called Beaker. What Beaker does is it leverages sysmon to collect ID type threes. Type threes are just applications talking on the network. So that could be holding open a listening socket, waiting for inbound connections. It could be talking to remote IP addresses. Here's what gets recorded. So notice I've got everything I need here to kind of map it to my network traffic to see who has this application been talking to. So now I can go in and I can look for that specific suspicious behavior that looks like a beacon going someplace that I can't identify a business need with. And then I can go into Beaker and I can say, hey, this is source IP address. It's been talking to this destination IP address over this time frame. What application was doing that? And here you can see, oh, it's Notepad. Oh, okay, just Notepad. Hey, we're fine. No big deal. It's just Notepad. No, wait. We know this can't possibly be the Notepad we think it is. Sysmon, free. Microsoft tool, pretty stable. Beaker, free. Go ahead and download it. Combine the two together. This gets you some really good details. We don't collect anything else up with Beaker, just just ID3s. And the reason for that is I kind of feel like if you're worried about threat hunting, this is the only thing you need to be concerned about. In other words, we don't need to collect up, local execution of processes and permission changes and all that other crap. That if it turns out you identify the system as being compromised, you're going to pull all that out as part of a forensic analysis anyway. It's almost like you're saving data for no reason, which makes no sense. It's just costing you money and slowing down your queries. But I have no system logs. Whoa, this might be a good time to kind of get yourself together on that. So once we've identified this persistency, once we've looked at business need, once we've looked at who is this remote target, once we've looked at what application is causing this to take place, once we've analyzed the protocol, now we get to a point where we need to say, now there's three possibilities here, right? This shows two, but technically at this point we could hit three. I'm pretty sure it's safe, in which case we add it to a safe list, or I'm pretty sure it's compromised, in which case we need to go in instant response mode, or I'm still not sure. If the answer is I'm still not sure, we need to come up with what test do we need to be able to definitively answer with one of those first two possibilities instead, right? What additional data do we need to collect? Well, we weren't collecting application data. Okay, that's a problem. So maybe we need to see if we can extrapolate that through some other means. Maybe we say, okay, we're going to tentatively go into incident response mode because it looks like this system could be a problem, but we're going to break that passive active line by installing software on the system that will allow us to record what application is actually responsible for this connection, knowing that that might tip off the attackers, but it's our only path forward. That may be what we end up at this point here, but that's going to help us get back to one of those two definitive answers. I think it's okay, add it to a safe list, or it's not. Yep, we're definitely going to have a bad week, bad month, whatever the case may be. All right, let's start talking about some threat hunting tools. So these are tools that are going to assist us in different aspects of our threat hunting process. The first one I always like to fall back on is cap infos. A lot of times when we're doing a threat hunt, we're looking at a network capture, right? We're looking at a PCAP file. So it's got a bunch of packets inside of it. One of the first things I always want to do is just sanity check what is in this file. Like, how long was this capture done for? 86,400 seconds is 24 hours. That's what we want to be working with. But I might come in here and see the capture duration was 3,600 seconds. Okay, that's only an hour. Well, knowing I only have an hour, it's not worth looking for any long connections, right? Because I only got an hour's worth of data. I can go in and look for beacons, but I need to recognize that with only an hour, I'm going to miss anything that's low and slow. So step one is always validate what you have for data to work with, and Cap Infos is a great tool for that. After that, which tool you use, a lot of this comes down to what problem you're trying to solve at the time. TCP dump is a packet capture tool that's been around for ages. You can create packet captures, you can read packet captures with it. It's a little bit limited in its functionality. What I like to use it for is automating the packet capture process. And thank you, Mr. Bill Stearns, created the script that we have down here at the bottom. This will go through, and when you run this script, it'll launch TCP dump, record all the traffic going by, and it will save it off to files that have the date timestamp along with the host name embedded into the name of the PCAP file, and it'll create a new file every hour. So you have an easy way to go back and refer to this information if you need to. But like I said, it's a little limited in what you can do to extract information out of those PCAPs. So I tend to use it for this. I don't use it for review that often, but every now and then it tends to be kind of the best tool for that purpose. T-Shark tends to be the one that most people use for doing packet analysis on the command line. T-Shark is part of the Wireshark suite. So think of T-Shark as Wireshark for the command line. It's basically what it is. One of the really cool things about T-Shark is with TCP dump, it always prints out the same information about the packets it sees, right? It has certain fields it's going to show you, and you get very little control over what it shows you and what it doesn't. With T-Shark, you can actually identify what fields you want to say. So here I've gone in and I've said, hey, T-Shark, I want to read this PCAP file. And the only field I want to see is the DNS query name field. What was the DNS query that went out? That's the only thing I want to see. So if there's TCP 80, TCP 443 traffic in here, who cares? Don't want to see it. The only thing I want to see is name queries. Now, notice when we did that in our PCAP that had that C2 over DNS traffic, it pops up pretty quick. Oh, there's some repetitive patterns taking place here. And this really doesn't look like names anyone would actually assign to the system on purpose. Something is off here. Something is weird. Here's an example where we're going through and extracting out just the user agent strings, like we talked about earlier. So it's a pretty flexible tool for going through and dealing with raw PCAPs. Wireshark is the tool that most people fall back on, right? This is the tool that most people are used to when they deal with packet captures. Wireshark is a great tool if you have limited scope. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is if I have 500,000 connections that went out to the internet yesterday, and I want to review that data to look for something suspicious, Wireshark is not the tool to use. It's going to take too long to load, right? Because the whole PCAP's got to get loaded in memory before Wireshark can do anything. Anytime you go in and you create a display filter, it's going to take a while to process that filter. It's going to slow down the whole process, and it's going to be hard to find things. It's a great tool for detailed level work. So in other words, let's say I use some other tools and processes and I identify, hey, this internal IP address talking to this system out on the internet, there's something weird about that. Great. Extract out all the communications between those two endpoints, load that into Wireshark and look at that and that alone. That's what Wireshark really excels, is when you can kind of focus in on something versus trying to look at just general network patterns. Zeek, I've mentioned a couple of times already. So Zeek is a great replacement for PCAPs. It records all the information we really care about and uses a lot less space doing it, and it's faster to process. When I go in and I say, hey, T-Shark, I want to print out all the DNS queries that took place, it's going to take a certain amount of time to process that PCAP that's in binary format. Zeek data is already in a table format. It's all, CSV stuff. So, or you can export it as XML if you want to too, or you can put it in YAML format. There's a couple of different possibilities, but the default is it all looks like comma separated spreadsheet type stuff. That makes it real easy and really quick to parse. So if it takes me, let's say, 60 seconds to go through with T-Shark and extract all the DNS queries that took place out of a specific PCAP file, that same query with Zeek saying, show me all the queries that took place, is probably going to take 2 seconds. The stuff executes much quicker. So here's another example of using Zeek. So there's a log file called the ssl.log file. So I'm saying list out the contents of that, but rather than showing it on the screen, pipe it through this command zcut. And zcut allows me to say, if I do this, right, it's going to show me everything. I'm going to see, well, let me give you an example of that. Let's look at a quick example before we go in and we take a break. So I'm going to go into my lab one directory. That's right. I got to go to lab and then go to lab one. If I take a look in here, I got some Zeek logs, right? If I say cat ssl.log, I get a lot of data that scrolls by on the screen very quickly. Not very helpful. But one of the things I can do is I can extract out certain fields. So I could go in and I could say cat that, but now I want to look at id.org underscore h, that's the source IP address, id.resp underscore h, that's the destination IP address. And I'm just going to pipe that through head to only show me 10 lines. But what that's going to do, oh, zcut, duh. Okay. So I'm saying cat out this log file. Well, normally that would just spew everything up on the screen like this. But I'm saying instead of spewing it to the screen, run it through the zcut command. I'm only interested in these two fields. And that goes through and prints out my IP addresses for me. Where do I get those fields from? If I look at that SSL.log file, see these column titles at the top? These are my column titles. So any column where I want to see data, like the source IP address or the destination IP address, I just need to identify what the column title is for that. And I can go through and I can print that stuff out. So that makes it a whole lot easier. Oh, and I got ORIG. And that'll give me my connection pairs. There we go. So if I wanted to, let's say, look at, hey, what SSL traffic took place, right? If I just cat out the log, there's a ton of stuff in there I don't care about. But if I use zcut, I can say, just show me the connection pairs. So I've got the same source in all of these, but I got different destinations taking place. And now I could manipulate that further and sort them out if I wanted to. So one of the nice things about zcut is it allows me to go in and just focus in on the stuff I care about, and that's it. Dash D changes the time format. Instead of going in and printing things out in our, number of ticks that have taken place since January 7th, our Unix time format, I can use something that's a little bit more human readable. All right, with that said, we are at the top of the hour. So are we at our middle point yet? No, no, no. We still got another hour to go before we get to that. Cool. So this is our 10-minute break. I'm letting you go 2 minutes late. And we're doing good on time. So let's say 12 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll come back from this break and we'll pick up from here and keep going. So I'll see you at 12 minutes past. So Wireshark not good for mountains of packets. Z good for that. Exactly right, Papa Ruckus. Exactly right. So when we left, we were talking about zcut. And we were talking about Zeek specifically. We were talking about zcut's ability to go through and extract out different fields from the Zeek logs, which makes it a lot easier to work with. Because that way I don't have to look at all the data. I can say, these are the data points I'm interested in, only show me that. And once I extract that out, I can sort it, I can organize it, I can do all sorts of fun things with it to help me in my thread hunting process. One of the things that tends to kind of throw people is the timestamp that's used. Dash D is our command switch that we can use to change that time into something that's a little bit more human readable. All right. So if we're outputting data and we need to see what time did all this stuff take place, this may make life a little bit easier for us. We also have another tool called zcutter. Zcutter is, not surprisingly, created by our illustrious Bill Stearns. So this is a Python script that will go through and it works like zcut, but it's a lot more flexible. So Z can log in CSV format, like we talked about, but it can also log in YAML format. The problem with the good thing about putting it in YAML format is that it makes it much easier to import into other data stores. The downside of using the YAML format is that zcut doesn't work with that. Well, zcutter does. And in fact, zcutter will actually figure out on the fly, is it CSV or YAML, and just do its thing, and you don't even have to worry about it. Another thing that's kind of cool about zcut is that with zcut, I could only process one file at a time. But with zcutter, I could feed it multiple files. I could say, I want to parse this data out of the con.log and the ssl.log file all at the same time and just tell it what it is you want to go in and look for. And in fact, one could be in CSV format and the other one could be in JSON format, and it's perfectly happy with that. It will go through and parse each of them different, parse both of them at the same time, no problem. So it's a pretty extensive tool. Passer is yet another build tool. This Passer is pretty cool. So It's usually fairly easy for us to collect data about external hosts, right? I gave you all those different links that are sites that, collect up data on different random IP addresses out on the internet. But when it comes to our internal environment, sometimes we get a little blind, right? Sometimes we don't have a whole lot of internal logging that we can work with to help us identify different systems. One of the nice things about Passer is that this is a passive tool, right? So I could go into, let's say, my backbone and say, I want to copy all the traffic going across my backbone, pass it in through Passer. And what Passer will do is it'll just sit there and watch the traffic patterns and identify what it sees in a nice little summary format. So, for example, this is identifying that this particular IP address has TCP port 43 open and it has TCP port 55443 open. Well, how does it know that? Well, it saw a SYN packet go to that IP. It saw a SYN-ACK come back. That's an indication of that being an open port because people can talk to it. It'll go through and it'll look for things like, NetBIOS names and names getting multicasted to identify system names associated with those IPs. So if you have like no data about your internal environment and you want to start getting at least something, this is a really low touch way to at least have something to fall back on to help you figure out what's going on with an internal system. Because again, you don't have to install anything on my endpoints. This is just plug it into the backbone and let it run. Smudge is another tool that Bill helped co-write. So go back 20 years ago, and we used to have this tool called P0F. And P0F was the passive fingerprinting tool. So when you work with tools like Nmap, Nmap has a fingerprinting mode where it will send packets to a host. And based on the responses to those packets, it will figure out what that operating system is. The challenge with Nmap is if I point Nmap at a system and run it, that person might see I'm trying to fingerprint that host, right? So if somebody out in the internet is doing that to me, I will kind of know, hey, that's kind of a hostile entity. I may want to pay attention to that. What's cool about Smudge is that Smudge does this passively. So what it does is it looks at the TCP SYN packets that are being sent. It looks at the TCP header and the TCP options field, and it uses the values that are stored there to help it identify what was the operating system that generated the SYN packet. So if I'm seeing something weird coming from an internal host and I don't know what it is, Smudge might at least be able to tell me what the operating system is. That might help me run down, oh, hey, it's a Mac and only 6 people have a Mac. Well, it has to be one of those 6 people, that type of thing. This also directly integrates into Passer to get even more information out of that, which makes it super cool. And again, I can just, run the two of these on my backbone and have this create a nice, useful data store that I can refer to anytime I need to do investigation work on an internal system. So on Linux, there's a tool called grep that we can use for searching text files. So the concept is I might say grep foobar space some file.txt. And now what grep will do is it will search some file.txt to see if any of the lines have the character string foobar. And if it does, it prints that line out. Well, ngrep does the same thing, but it does it with network packets. So what ngrep will do is ngrep will look in the payload of every packet that goes by and try to identify if that packet contains the pattern that you told it you wanted to go in and look for. So here's an example. I'm saying ngrep -q. -q just means don't print out a pound symbol every time you check a packet and don't find the pattern that I asked you to look for. It's quiet mode. -I read this pcap file in, and dash head dash 15 or head dash 15 just means only print out 15 lines. But when I run ngrep, it says, okay, I'm going to read that pcap file you told me to read, and I'm going to look for this pattern that you specified. Case does matter. Now, here it's saying, hey, I saw a TCP packet coming from this IP address, this upper port, going to that IP address, this port, with the ACK and the push flag set. And in the payload was this character string. Well, you can see in this character string is the string admin. Here it's saying, hey, and I saw this packet coming from port 80 going back to that upper port that also included that admin string. So somebody did a query for this URI for start stop HTML in the administrator directory, and a server responded 404 not found. I'm sorry, I don't have that file stored on me. So this to me looks like someone's probing it for known vulnerabilities here, right? That's what that may be. So our server wasn't running it, but by putting in that text string, we were able to see any packets that go by that had that string inside of it. Case does matter with ngrep. Absolutely, it does. There is a command switch to tell it to do a case insensitive search, but you have to set that switch. If you don't set that switch, case does matter. Then there's Rita. Now we're starting getting into tools that are not generic tools. These are tools specifically designed for going in and doing threat hunting. So Rita was the first tool we created. This is an open source tool. Anybody can download it and use it for free. It's command line based. And what it's designed to do is to go through Zeek logs to identify, are there instances of connection persistency? Are there potential C2 channels that you need to go and investigate further? So here's an example. So I'm saying, Rita, show me any IP-based beacons that's in the lab one dataset. And it comes through, it prints out a header, and then it spits out this information here. The information before the first comma is our way of identifying how certain we are that connection persistency was taking place here. So in other words, if you see the number 1, we were 100% certain this is connection persistency. 0.838, we're 83.8% certain it's connection persistency. Well, wait, Chris, why don't you just write 83.8%? Because a percent is a special character and it messes with people's scripts. It's a whole lot easier to go through and express the number as a decimal. But we're identifying, here's the source IP address, here's the destination IP address, here's the number of connections that took place. So in this first line, there was 20,000 connections. Well, no wonder we're pretty certain this connection persistency here, right? 20,000 connections, that's a lot. The average size that was going back and forth was 92 bytes of information, just in case that's something that's kind of interesting to you. And then the rest of these numbers are really, honestly, only useful to my devs. The reason we include these is, imagine you found something on your network and it turned out to be a command and control channel. And you say, hey, this was a command and control channel, and you only scored it a 0.5. I think it should have scored a lot higher than that. Well, with this information, my dev team can go through and figure out, why did we score it so low? What's unique about this, and what can we do to score it higher in the future if needed? So really, it's only the first couple of lines you're going to go through and use. But, whereas this one had 20,000 connections, that made it pretty obvious. But look at this one, 210 connections in the course of a day, 69 connections in the course of a day. 69 connections you might not even notice, but Rita's really good in picking up on, hey, yeah, it's only 69 connections, but they're pretty evenly spread out through the course of the day. This is something you may want to go in and pay attention to. You can also check for things based on, I talked about, you can look for my connection pair. My target can be an IP address. It can be a fully qualified domain name. It could be an SNI information. It could be a host parameter. All of that stuff you can go through and you can check with Rita. You can even, it'll even understand the SOX protocol. So if all this stuff is going through a SOX proxy before it goes out to the internet, we can go in and we can decode what's going on within that payload as well. Long connections, you can still see that. You can see that C2 over DNS. So again, all those different methods of persistency that we talked about, Rita will go through and check for those for you. That used to be kind of our premier, hey, if you need a free tool, this is what you want to use. But we've since made a community edition of AC Hunter available for free. And it does all the things Rita does, plus more, and it gives you a graphical interface to work with. It is more overhead. Like, we got to run a web server in order to get this to work. But some folks do find it a little bit easier to work with. And this is actually what we're going to be doing our labs with right after the beginning of the next hour. The left-hand side of my screen here, this is all of my internal systems. And what AC Hunter will do is rather than just telling you like the chances of persistency and the length of the connection, it assigns a numeric score to it. Hey, out of all the systems in your network, the ones with the highest scores, those are the ones you need to go in and pay attention to first. Those are the ones that are most likely in a compromised state. So I simply can just start at the top of this list and start working my way down. On the right-hand side, any IP address I highlight over here, this will show me where are those score points coming from. So my first IP here had, what's that, 94 points. Where'd the 94 points come from? Well, if I look at this breakdown, most of it came from the fact that it had a strong beacon score. There's a little bit because of the connection time, but it's only 0.04 points. Most of that is actually coming out of the fact that it was a beacon. Okay, cool. Now I can go in and investigate that as a beacon. The beacon screen, we've kind of talked about this already, right? So on my left, so there's two ways I can go into each of my screens. I can come over here and I can, so if I, let's say I'm looking at this first IP address, I can come over here and I can click on the scripter for where those points are coming from. And when I do, that'll jump into the beacon screen and it will filter on that source IP address. So the thought process is if I click over here, it's because I want to investigate this IP address. So all of my filtering is going to focus on that IP address and that IP address only. Let's say for some reason I want to go in and just do a general hunt for just beacons, and I don't want to limit on a basic source. I could click one of these icons at the bottom, and when I do that, anything with beacon characteristics is going to show up here. So now I could start stepping through each of my different source IP addresses and investigate them accordingly. We talked about this section down here. We talked about this. We've got some good information on that target. One of the things we do is we map the DNS query that took place to the system, to that target system, because that can be super helpful in figuring this out. If I tell you that there's a beacon and it went to IP address 1.2.3.4, are you worried about that? Well, I don't know. What's it 1.2.3.4, right? I kind of need to know that if I'm going to know whether I need to worry about this or not. Well, what if I told you it went to patchserver.microsoft.com and it had a valid digital certificate? Yeah, I'm probably not going to worry about that, right? It's just a Microsoft patching server. What if I told you it went to some weird site.foobar.org? Well, that's weird. That doesn't have an obvious business need with it. I'm more likely going to be a little bit more worried about that one, right? So knowing what the user was trying to get to when they went to this IP, or knowing what the process was trying to get to when this went to this IP, can be super helpful in figuring things out. Notice this like it says alpha.saintj ... I can mouse over and it'll show me the full name, right? So this is alpha.stjameschurch.org. Why is one of my systems constantly talking to what looks like a church? Maybe it's not a church. Maybe there's something else going on here. We talked about this already. Don't need to beat you over the head with it. We talked about the time interval account. We talked about session size analysis. So over here on the right, that's this graphic here. When I'm in view one, this is showing me a time analysis. This is showing me how often am I seeing a certain time delta between all of these different connections that are taking place. If I go to view two, this graphic changes to showing me a session size analysis. And now it shows me how often was a certain amount of data being transmitted each time instead. So view one, this is time analysis. View two, this is my session size analysis. Target investigation, I talked about this a little bit. So this is just giving you some information about that external host. What's kind of cool is I can click on any IP address or fully qualified domain name, and that will allow me, that'll open up an investigation menu that'll allow me to dig into that system a little bit deeper. Mouse overs will show when data doesn't completely appear. So, for example, this site here, site.api.espn.com, I can see an IP address, a comma, and then the number two, dot, 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 tells me there was more than one IP. So if I just simply put my mouse over it, that's going to show me the full list of IP addresses that were associated with that fully qualified domain name. Closed versus open, total duration. We talked about this one. Threat intel. So this is where things get kind of interesting. Let me back up to talk about this one. I'm going to go back to the main screen right here. So threat intel. I hate threat intel. Threat intel has long overlived its usefulness. It's kind of like signature-based malware detection. Signature-based malware detection was great in the 90s, not so much now, right? Because we got new viruses coming out all the time. Well, the same is true for threat intel, only worse. Threat intel lists were useful 20 years ago when our threat vector was little Bobby living in his parents' basement trying to own more systems than his friends who play the same online game that he does, right? It was about mass propagation. So that made sense, right? Little Bobby attacked me. I put his IP address on a list. That way, when he eventually gets around to trying attacking you, you see that's a no malicious IP. You know to worry about that. Makes perfect sense. That's not a threat vector today, though. We're not really worried about the little Bobbies in the basements anymore. I mean, they're still out there, but that's not our worrisome threat vector. It's criminal organizations, it's nation state attackers. Those are the ones we're most concerned about. And they don't do that type of mass propagation. They do targeted attacks. The malware they use against me, the infrastructure and the IP addresses they use against me will be different than the ones they use against you. So threat intel isn't as useful as it used to be. I've gone through a number of different open source threat intel lists. And what I found was that the error rate, meaning it triggers, but what you find, what's at the other end is not a hostile IP. It's actually some legitimate website. The false positive rate is over 50% for most of them. Think about that. A majority of the time when you see a threat intel match, it's actually a legitimate system. This thing is just outdated information that you're working with, because that's the other part of a problem, right? A lot of this stuff is getting spun up in cloud environments. Well, all I got to do is spin that VM down, spin up a new one, and I've got a different IP address. And now some poor schmuck gets that old IP. So one of the things we do to try to normalize that type of stuff out is when you get a threat intel match, we'll assign a small number of points to it. But then what we'll do is we'll start watching how much data does the client send to the server. Because think about your typical false positive, right? That server that was an EC2 used to be a command and control server, but that went away 3 months ago, and now that is, Jane's bird site, right? Jane likes to go out and look at birds, take pictures of them, puts them up on her website, and now she's running that in EC2, and she just happened to get that IP address. So our threat intel match against that IP is going to be a false positive. For false positive matches, how much data will the client send to the server? Not much, right? Think about it. What's the client going to spend? Let's take worst case, HTTPS, because that's going to be more data than if it's only HTTP, because we got encryption overhead to deal with. The client is going to send its SSL hello packet, and then it's going to send its encrypted user string and its encrypted URI for any data it wants to request. In other words, the client isn't going to send much. If it's an actual C2 server, the client's going to send a lot of data, right? Especially if the attacker starts trying to run commands and extract files, we'll definitely have a lot of data moving. But for a false positive situation, that amount of data is pretty small. So what AC Hunter does is when it sees a threat intel match against one of your lists, it assigns a small amount of points only, but it tags that target IP and it starts monitoring how much data the client sends. If that exceeds 5 MB, it's a very small file size. It starts adding in additional points. If it gets to 25 MB, it's now added in 100 points to make sure that you actually go in and pay attention to that. So what's kind of cool about this is if you have a threat intel list you're using and you're tired of chasing false positives, feed that list to AC Hunter. Let AC Hunter filter out those false positives for you. All right. So let's see. Target investigation. We talked about that. We talked about this. We talked about what? Yep. So threat intel. That's where we left off. So greater than 5 MB, we start adding in additional points. 25 MB at that point. 100, excuse me, 100 points have been added to this connection pair to make sure you go in and pay attention to that. There's also a cyber deception module. This thing's kind of neat. So cyber deception allows you to leave little tripwires around your environment for attackers to stumble over. If you think about what does an attacker do when they break in, right? They go in, they drop some malware, they then go in and they figure out a way to escalate the permissions. They come up with a way to go in and come up with connection persistent for persistency on that system, and then they may go out and they might start exploring other resources that are on the network. And one of the first things they'll usually start doing is saying, "Can I crack another account? Are there users using bad passwords that I can brute force through some sort of dictionary attack?" Well, here's what you do. You can go in with our cyber deception module and you create some user that doesn't actually exist, like John Doe. And you can define that, they're administrator if you want to make it look like a really juicy account, whatever you want to do with it. And what AC Hunter will do is it will spit out a script that you can then go run on your domain controller that will create this user, give them the level of permissions, and assign them to whatever groups you identified. And then it will assign a randomized 32 character password to that account to make sure nobody can log into it. And then it'll turn on full logging for that account. So now you might get an alert that says, "Hey, 192.168.1.10 just tried to log in as John Doe." Well, John Doe is not a real user. So if somebody's trying to log in as John Doe, that user's gone rogue or that system's compromised. Something bad has occurred. You can do it with files. So my personal favorite is go to the net login share. Create something that looks like a juicy login script, something for the financial group or the security group or something like that. Have have AC Hunter create that file for you. And again, it will turn on full logging and monitoring. Well, since that file hasn't been assigned to anybody's profile, nobody's going to actually run that login script. But the attacker doesn't know that. The net login share, that's readable by anybody who's on that network. So that's usually a good, juicy first target for attackers to go after because it very quickly gives them a lay of the land. If I port scan your internal environment, you may detect that. But if I connect to your net login share, copy down all the login scripts, and then use that to map out what resources are where, you're probably going to miss that. That's not a whole lot of network traffic to try and tag in on. Well, here, if you've tagged that file, that specific login script is nobody should ever touch this, and someone copies it down, now hey, I might have a rogue user, I might have a compromised system, I get something I need to pay attention to. Deep dive allows you to do an in-depth analysis on a specific system. This can be internal or external. So, for example, if I'm looking at an internal system, I can see everybody it's talking to out on the internet, color coded based on did it look suspicious or not? And I can kind of click through on anything to go in and get a look at it. This just kind of gives you a handle on everything what's going on. Where this is really useful is using this with external systems. So again, imagine I have a system that I'm pretty certain is compromised and it's talking to an IP address out on the internet. Well, I can throw that IP address into Deep Dive, and Deep Dive will tell me which internal systems have been talking to that host. That's going to give me my scope. If it only shows me this one system, great. They haven't made it off of this one box yet. If it shows me 15 different systems, okay, this is going to be a little bit tougher. Whatever we do, like if we decide it's time to do system isolation, we got to isolate all 15 systems at exactly the same time, just to make sure they don't get out of our sandbox. The install process is pretty straightforward. So you just run the install script and you tell it what you want to install. Hey, I want to put AC Hunter here. I want to put Zeek there. Our other open source tools, you can choose to install those as well, like Beaker. I've mentioned that a couple of times. Active Flow takes NetFlow logs and tries to make them Zeek-like, so you can go in and do some level of beacon analysis with it. It is not NetFlow is not as good as Zeek, not even friggin' close, but at least it's something. Some sites, NetFlow is all they got. So it's like work with NetFlow or you got nothing. So when you install ActiveFlow, that just simply becomes a NetFlow receiver that converts it into a Zeek log type format that then can get processed by Rita and AC Hunter and other tools as well. Community Edition versus Enterprise. Here's what features are available on each. The big ones is the number of safe list entries, right? You can have 50 safe list entries with the Community Edition. It's unlimited with Enterprise. Data sets, I can have 10 with the Community Edition. It's unlimited with Enterprise. What we wanted to do is, so our purpose of coming up with the Community Edition is we wanted to help out folks that are in a jam, right? A lot of times what happens is organizations are not necessarily focused on threat hunting. And then all of a sudden a system gets popped and they say, oh, shoot. What do we do to kind of get a scope on what's actually going on here? What tools are available? We wanted to give folks a tool they could download to help them during an incident to be able to work through that. In that type of a scenario, the community edition has everything you need. We also wanted to come up with something that people could choose to run at home, right? Dark Trace is like 60K to start playing with it. I'm guessing no one on this call is running Dark Trace at home, right? 60K to protect your home network just doesn't work. But free? Yeah, free as in beer? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now I'll actually have something that'll allow me to threat hunt my home network and make sure that my home system stays secure as well. So those were our two goals with the community edition. Help out the folks that may have just gotten popped, help out folks that want to do something in their home environment. The community edition has everything you need for that. What the enterprise edition brings to the table is things like, hey, we have tens of thousands of systems. We've got a SOC. They have other responsibilities. We want to be able to generate alerts out of AC Hunter to let us know if something becomes suspicious in between when we're doing our active hunts. Yeah, that's in the enterprise edition, right? It's not in the community edition because you don't really need that for your home network type of thing. AC Hunter with Zeek at home, you mean? Yes, exactly. So you can run Zeek at home, feed that into AC Hunter running on one of your systems at home, and all of this works fine. Now, Data Mesh was one of these tools that I wanted to make sure I included because it does some really cool things, but it's kind of weird. Where do you fit this in? Data Mesh is a great tool for post processing on command line data. What do I mean by that? So imagine I'm in a situation where I'm working with raw Zeek logs and I have information in a specific column, and I want to be able to go through and add that up. Or I want to identify what's the mean of the data, or what's the standard deviation, what's the min, the max, that type of thing. Data Mesh is your tool. It's kind of like the old R commands that ran on, I think it was on Perl, but it's a lot more stable, a lot more flexible. This is a really cool tool. So I'm going to use this when I don't have any other options for going, or any other easy options for going in and doing processing. In other words, I've seen situations where like people will go through and input things into like an Excel spreadsheet in order to go in and do some mathematical processes on it. Okay, that works, but wow, is that cumbersome? You don't want to have to go there if you don't have to. This helps you get around that. So here's an example. So I'm saying cat con.log. So I want to list out the contents of everything that's in the connection log for Zeek. And then I'm going through and I'm saying, I want to run that through Zcut. And then I want to extract the source IP address that's shown here, the destination IP address that's shown here, and I want to extract out the duration. So what that's showing me is how, when this IP address connected to that IP address, how long did the connection run for? And then I'm saying I want to run this through sort. In other words, what I'm interested in is the longest duration times. Now, I could keep paging through the output, hoping I'm going to spot them, but that's not efficient. It would make a lot more sense to simply take the data, sort it from highest to lowest, and print out the top 10. And now I can see the top 10 longest connections that took place. Can I do the training lab on your own? Absolutely. Everything's here if you need to do this offline. Absolutely. And if you get stuck on something, this video will get posted in a week. You can always go back and refer to it that if you can't stick around for the labs later today. All right. So back to my sort command. So I'm saying sort dash K3. K3 means normally sort would start sorting with the very first character in the line. Dash K3 says these are fields separated by spaces. Sort on the third field. That's my duration. Dash RN, do a reverse sort. So instead of sorting lowest to highest, sort highest to lowest. That's a reverse sort. And this is a number. Handle this as a number, not as an alphanumeric value. And head 5 just says print out the first 5. So what this is showing me is these are my 5 longest duration connections. Now, notice we get a duplicate here, right? My internal IP connected to that external IP talked for about 42 seconds, and then later on came back and connected for about 31 seconds. Well, what if I want to look at cumulative communication time, right? Because remember, we talked about Metasploit, got to look at a cumulative. How do I look at this cumulatively from the command line? How do I add these at the command line? Ugh. This is where data mash is a real savior. So what I'm doing is I'm telling, let me come back to this. I'm telling data mash when column 1 and column 2 are the same value, like we have here, right? Column 1 and column 2 contain the same values. When you see that, add up the values in column 3. So if I have 10 instances of where the source and destination IP address is the same, it's going to add up all 10 of those durations. It's only going to print one instance of the source and destination IP with the cumulative duration time that took place between those two systems. So that's what we're getting here. So notice when these two IP addresses were talking, we said 2 different connections, 41, 31. Well, add those up, you get 73. So here, data mash is doing that for us. Makes life a whole lot easier. Now, data mash has some limitations. Data mash only wants to work with numbers. Well, what if there's a blank line in my output someplace? Well, if data mash sees a blank line, it doesn't know how to add that. It doesn't know how to deal with it. So it just pukes on it and stops. This grep command removes any blank lines out of the output. Again, this needs to be a number. One of the things Zeek will do is if a system tries to connect to another, but the connection doesn't complete, it'll print the connection time as a dash. Why a dash? Well, because if the handshake took place, but it never actually fully established a session, so it's not really like it's a duration of 0 because the connection never actually completed, but it did try to do the connection. So in other words, they needed a way to distinguish between 0 duration time and it was a failed connection. Failed connections get identified as a minus sign. So if you see this IP address talking to that IP and the duration is minus, that means, yeah, the connection didn't even finish completing. Well, it's a minus sign. That's not a numeric value. Data mash doesn't know how to deal with that. So this grep command pulls that out. So we're printing out those fields, same as we did here. We're removing the blank lines, removing anything with a duration that is less than 0. So we don't care about trying to add that in anyway. It's sorting the data, running it through data mash, which is going to give me a cumulative effect. And then I'm just resorting it again. And now things are added together. So anytime you need to do addition or statistical information off the command line, data mash is a real lifesaver. Now, what we've covered so far has been tools to look for beacons and look for connection persistency. What if I have tools and I have processes in place and I want to test them? I want to make sure they're actually working the way I expect them to. Well, I need a tool to help me with that. Now, we mentioned Cobalt Strike will do that, but Cobalt Strike is a commercial tool. You got to pay money. And it's kind of cumbersome to get running. In other words, Cobalt Strike is fine if what my goal is to actually set up a real C2 channel. But if all I'm trying to do is emulate one, it's a little bit of overkill for that. Well, that's where Threat Simulator comes in. And this is going to shock you. This is another Bill Stearns tool. Remember I talked about that scripting class he teaches? Yeah, you're going to learn a lot of good stuff from Bill if you decide that you want to take that class. He does some really cool stuff. What Beacon Simulator allows you to go through and do is set up a simulated command and control channel. So, for example, here I'm running Beacon Simulator. I would feed it a destination IP address. I would tell it what port, what TCP port I want to connect to. I could connect to a UDP port instead if I wanted to do that, but in this case, I'm using TCP. I identify how often do I want to create this connection, and I identify how much do I want to jitter the time by. This is a plus or minus. So this would be 300 seconds plus or minus 10. So the dwell time could be as short as 290 seconds. It could be as long as 310. And I want to do that connection to port, excuse me, I want to do that connection to port 80. And if I just stop there, that's going to go through and that'll give me a beacon based on timing that I can now go through and test tools to see, is this tool capable of picking up on beacon type behavior without having anything in the payload to try and signature match on. Now, this is where this tool gets really cool. One thing we don't see attackers doing yet, but attackers, they're creative. They're going to start doing this eventually. So it's better that we can test for this now before they start doing it and make sure our tools work once they start doing this so that as soon as they start doing this, we can catch them, is it allows you to jitter the payload. I haven't seen anything in the wild jittering the payload yet. Someday someone's going to try and do it. If you want to test for that, you can do that with Beacon Simulator. So what I specify is the maximum size to go up to. 0 is assumed. So 5,000 means the payload is going to get padded anywhere between 0 and 5,000 bytes total. Or excuse me, the session will get padded anywhere from 0 to 5,000 bytes. So I can jitter the timing, jitter the payload. Now, how does my tool do? If my tool can't figure out that that's a beacon that needs to be looked at further, oh, I probably don't have the best tool for the job. I need to go find something else. Now, if you want to play around with the payload, you can do that too. So here's a simple little script called beacon test. And all beacon test is doing is it's just running a loop. And it's going to keep running these two commands over and over again until you actually kill this and tell it to stop. So what this does is it runs the curl command. So curl is basically like a command line web browser. It allows me to interact with a web server directly from the Linux command line. And I'm saying, I want you to connect to a remote server that I'm going to define. And I want you to use the user agent string Mozilla version 0.0001 running on an Atari 7800. I love that user agent string. Number one, I love it because you're never going to see it in the wild, right? I mean, come on. For anybody who's as old as me, you probably had an Atari. We didn't get like a web server cartridge we could plug in to get a web server out of that or anything, right? It didn't know how to speak IP. So you're never going to see this in a wild. So this makes it really easy for me to extract my traffic out versus other traffic patterns. Plus, it's also, to me, it's also kind of a joke. Imagine you're doing a threat hunt. You see something that looks like it might be a beacon. You do a further analysis and it tells you it's running on an Atari 7800. Tell me you're not going to get a laugh out of that and have some fun with it, right? So, again, we got to have some fun with these things. The $1 is whatever I target beacon test at. So if I say beacon dash test space 1.2.3.4, it'll target that IP address. If I say webserver.example.com, it'll target webserver.example.com. Make sure the target is something you own and control. Don't do all these connections to some host you have nothing to do with. This says, don't print out anything from running this command on the command line. Just make it go away and then go ahead and run it in the background. Once it does this connection, it then goes to this next command, the sleep command. Sleep says pause a certain number of seconds. And then when we hit done, we just go back to the top. So this is my dwell time between connections, my sleep. I want to be able to introduce some jitter. So what I'm doing is I'm using shuff. I could use random, but my personal testing has shown shuff is actually more random than random. Go figure. So what shuff does is shuff will pick a random number between whatever I specify here. So the numbers I've specified are 200 and 350. So shuff will pick a random number. Let's say it picks 237. Well, that tells sleep to sleep for 237 seconds, and then it goes back up and runs the curl command. Shuff then picks another random number. This time it picks 307. Now sleep will sleep for 307 seconds. Then it'll go back up and run that again. For extra coolness, you can then run this command using screen, and now it's running in the background on that system. And you can just log off. And anytime you come back later and want to check on it, you just simply connect back up to that screen, which in this example here, I'm naming the screen C2. So I just tell screen reconnect to C2, and it'll show me what's going on with this command. And don't be afraid to create your own scripts. And again, Bill can give you some great guidance on this. So here's a quick hacky script I wrote up called FQ. So what FQ does is FQ takes an IP address or a fully qualified domain name as input, and it will check the Zeek logs in the current directory for matches against this IP or fully qualified domain name. So it first looks in the DNS.log file to see if it has any information on that. Then it'll check HTTP log, and then it'll check SSL. So imagine I see a connection going out to a host and I see it's taking place on a regular basis, or it's running for a long duration, or whatever. It's got some sort of persistency to it I want to investigate further. I can say FQ space and that IP address, and the command comes back and says, okay, the DNS log file says that the user tried to get to fw.adsafeprotected.com. Oh, yeah, that makes me feel good, right? Ad safe protected. I'm sure that's not a site that's tracking me, but it was trying to get to that. And what came back as an answer was this Anycast name along with this Anycast address. So that's actually an Anycast address. There were no HTTP connections that took place to that IP. There was a TLS connection that took place, or there was one or more TLS connections that took place. And the SNI information identified that that's the server identified itself as fw.adsafeprotect.com. Same thing we DNS queried. We want to see those matched. And it had a legitimate digital certificate that validates. So FQ space IP address, boom. Here's what I learned real quick out of the Zeek logs rather than having to go dig in the Zeek logs to find it, because that's something I was doing a lot. I was saying, oh, hey, let's see if there's anything in the DNS log file about this IP. Huh, I wonder if it did an HTTP or an HTTPS connection. Let me go look at those log files, and boom, it's just done. FQ space and IP address, bang, we're done. Aside from ACH, is a majority of the threat hunting done via command line? Great question, Papa Ruckus. It really depends on the tools you're using. I think today I can say, yeah, honestly, a lot of it is done at the command line because there aren't a lot of really useful tools with a graphical interface that have come out yet. All right, here's what we're going to do. So we are about to take our 20-minute break. So this is your opportunity to, water your kids, feed your plants, whatever it is you need to do that you haven't been able to get done because we've been on this webcast talking for 3 hours now. We're going to take a 20-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to give you a guided walkthrough on AC Hunter. So we will both launch the AC Hunter interface. We'll both launch up the same data set. I will walk you through how to use the tool so you get an opportunity to go in and get comfortable with that. Once we finish our walkthrough, I'm then going to give you a couple of labs. Here's some problems I want you to solve. And you're going to go through, try to do those on your own. And then when you're done, we'll go back and we'll cover the answers together to see, did you miss anything? If so, hey, maybe this is something else you might have wanted to pay attention to. We'll go through and we'll cover that. So let's take our break. Between now and 20 minutes from now, please have your VM up and running. Please have your web browser logged into AC Hunter. Please get the DNS Cat2-JA3 data set loaded. If you have any problems with any of that, just go ahead and throw that into the Discord channel. I'll catch y'all in 20 minutes. I will be on mute. Okay, we are back. So we want to work with AC Hunter, and I'm going to go through and kind of walk you through using the tool. So the first thing you may notice is I'm getting a warning your connection is not private. The system ships with a self-signed digital certificate. So that's why it's giving you this warning. So if I go to advanced, yes, I really do want to proceed there. Now I get my login screen. So I'm going to tell it my login is threat@activecountermeasures.com. Password is hunting2. I don't think I typed that right because, spelling is hard. And it's saying, hey, you need to pick a database to run. So these databases just have different sample data sets in it. There's different command and control channels in each one. But the one we're going to work with in our hands-on walkthrough is this one here, DNSCAT2. So that's the one that you want to go through and use. So I'm going to load that up. And here's our main screen. So we looked at this a little bit earlier. We went through and we said, my left-hand side of my screen, this is all of my internal systems. So this was actually read out of a PCAP file. And excuse me. Oh, so I'm connecting through my loopback interface here. If you're working in the VM, right? If you've got like a small VM, all of this stuff might end up being smushed together. To fix that, try zooming out. Try zooming out a little bit. That'll make the text and everything smaller, but it'll make it fit better in that box. What you might see is like the icons are bumping up against the text here and stuff like that. Why wouldn't you get a signed certificate? They're like $200 because I don't know what you're going to name your server, dude. You can name it whatever you want. So, which would immediately make that certificate invalid. And now it's an invalid certificate. It's not a self-signed certificate. You wouldn't be able to connect to it at all. So you could go through and generate one for yourself if you wanted to, and then that one would work fine, and then you wouldn't have that error message show pop up anymore. Okay, so my left-hand side, this is all my internal systems ranked by score. Higher the score, more likely there's a problem. Right-hand side is identifying where are those score points coming from. And you see as I click through different IP addresses, what's displayed on the right changes depending upon what was actually creating those threat score points to take place. Excuse me. If I want to work with different databases, right? This little gear icon up here, this is where all my settings are. So I'd click on that. My very first tab is databases. So if I wanted to load up, let's say the GCAT data set, I could just click on that, click confirm, it'll change to a different database. If you have this running live, right? Like let's say you're using this to monitor your home network, you decided to set this up at the office and play with it. The one you're probably going to want to work with is local dash rolling. Local dash rolling is what's using the live feed that's coming off of Zeek. So as Zeek generates a new log entry every hour, local.rolling purges the previous 24th hour ago, brings in this new hour, and then does a brand new evaluation of all your connection pairs. So every hour, you're getting a brand new threat hunt of 24 hours worth of data. So it's a moving window, if you will. But we're going to stay in the DNS cat one for now. Safe lists, these are all grayed out because we haven't done anything yet. The only thing that's here is import. So if I need to do any management of my safe list entries, I'd be able to go in and do it right here. I can change themes if I want to. So some people like the DaVinci mode just because it's a nice light screen. They find it a little bit easier to read. I kind of like the dark one, so I'm going to stick with that for now. Confirm that change. There we go. About is just going to go through and tell you what version you're running. And then, if you want to upgrade, you have that option available too. So safe list is probably where you're going to end up spending most of your time. And we're actually going to walk through together and create a safe list entry. And we'll jump back into the screen and you'll be able to see how you can go through and manage that. So let's show you what it's like creating a safe list entry. First, we'll show you why would I want to create one? What is it that I see? And how do you go through and create it? So for this exercise, let's go to the Beacons web module. So come down here on the bottom left, look for the Beacons web module, click that. Yeah, I know that looks like a wireless access point. We're working on updating our icons. But we've got what we've got for now. And the one we want to work with is this one here, the second one on the list. So click on this IP address here, 1055.182.100. Once you do, your screen should look pretty similar to mine. So 1055.182.100, that's our source IP address. And this is talking to config.edge.skype.com. Invalid certificate, no. So what that means is the certificate is valid. I know that sounds a little backwards, but it was a little easier to program it in that way. But what this is telling us is that we were connecting to config.edge.skype.com and it has a valid digital certificate associated with it. Okay, what's config.edge.skype.com? Well, that's used as part of Skype. So what if we know we use Skype internally to, do communications? This is a legitimate business app. Well, in that case, it's okay that people go through and use Skype, right? Because there's a business need for that. What if I want to check this to make sure, well, is that really the Skype.com I think it is? I can click on this fully qualified domain name. And when I do, this menu appears. And I can go in and I can use any of these pre-configured sites to go through and evaluate that. So let's try Virus Total, just to pick one at random. I'm going to pick Virus Total, and it's going to load, it's going to open a new tab. It's going to go to Virus Total. It's going to load up that domain name as a search and then present the details for it. And what Virus Total is telling me is that out of the 88 different sources it uses to check IPs and hosts out on the internet, none of them are identifying this as being potentially hostile. Here's some information about it. And here's what's been associated with that in the past. And we can see it's been pretty consistently Skype. MSEdge.net, that's just Microsoft CDN network. But this has consistently been part of Skype. So this is probably something that's okay. Here's what its digital certificate looks like. And we've got a lot of useful information in here. Google results show up in here. So looking at this, I feel pretty confident. Yeah, this is in fact a legitimate Skype site. Now, knowing that and knowing that all my systems use Skype, I don't want to see this, right? I don't want to have this keep showing up in hunt after hunt after hunt, and I have to keep saying this is okay, this is okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a safe list entry for this. So here's how I'm going to go through and do that. I'm going to click on this little filter icon here, right? As soon as my pointer changes from being a mouse pointer to being a little finger, hey, it's giving us the finger. Well, no, it's not that finger. Once it gives us the finger, we can click on that little filter icon, and that'll pop up my safe list entry. And the safe list entry is going to default to the most optimal safe list entry to create. So in this case here, it is anyone on the internal network talking to something that has that SNI information within the payload. That's the most optimal way to do this. Now, we could override that and say we want to do it based on IP address. If we wanted to do that, we could go in and we could say, hey, yeah, no, anybody, on the internal network is okay. Safe list that. Yeah, no, we don't want to do that. We definitely don't want to do that. But I could do it by IP address, destination IP if I wanted to do it that way instead. I wouldn't do this because as the system changes IPs, the safe list wouldn't be good anymore. By doing it based on the name, now if the system changes its IP address, it's still going to have this SNI information. The safe list entry will still function properly. So by default, it's going to safe list config.edge.skype.com. Well, let's say I know there's config.edge.skype.com, there's process.edge.skype.com, there's foobar.edge.skype.com. I know there's a lot of different hosts underneath edge.skype.com, and all of them are okay. I don't want to have to create one unique safe list entry for every single one of them. It'd be nice if I could just create one that covers them all at the same time, right? That's where this wildcard match comes in. So I can go in and I can say, I want to go in and I want to enable the wildcard. Let's see. Is it normal that the info I see on mine is very different than what he's showing? So you may have selected a different IP. I went into Beacon's Web down here at the bottom. So I didn't click. Let me back up here just to make sure we're all in the same spot. I didn't click Beacon Web here. If you do that, you'll see your screen will look like this. You'll see everything sorted to that source IP address only. What I did was I went to the icon on the bottom here and clicked that icon. And when I did that, notice I have different source IP addresses. That's what you want to make sure you see. Once you see that, click the second one, 1055.182.100, and your time chart should look like mine. And then I went up here and fingered the little filter icon, and that's what popped up my safe list entry for me here. Okay, so I mentioned we can do a wildcard to be able to match everything under edge.skype.com if we wanted to. And it's just a matter of turning on this wildcard match. Once I do that, I can use this little slidey bar to say, how much do I want a wildcard? So for example, I could say, hey, anything under skype.com, that's okay. Don't worry about it. That's a little too general for me, right? I'd kind of like to have at least one subdomain in there just to reduce the opportunity for someone to be able to kind of sneak through the safe list entry. So if I knew there were other entries besides config.edge.skype.com, if there was, like I said, process.edge and foobar.edge and, whatever.edge, I could wildcard it at star.edge and then create my wildcard create my safe list entry that way. And that will automatically cover all of those hosts as well. In this particular case, I don't think there is any. Config.edge is the only one. So I'm not going to use the wildcard match in this particular instance. I have a comment section, so I could go in and I could, fill out a comment here if I wanted to. What do you want to do for a comment? Well, the comment should identify why is this being created? Who created it? What I see a lot of sites do is if they use Jira, changes need to be tracked and everything gets tracked in Jira. So the comment is going to identify the Jira ticket that authorized the safe listed entry to be created. And I may make a little note about, C. Brenton was the one who did this on this particular date, just so there's a little bit of a history here. Because I can guarantee 6 months from now, there will be safe list entries you look at that you say, what is that? Who created that? Why was that created? So if you have some reference in the comments, you'll be in pretty good shape. Once I do that, I'm simply going to go in and I'm going to apply the safe list. Once I do, I'll see my screen update. And now notice I'm looking at cdn.onenote.net. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Okay, that's weird. Must not have enough RAM allocated on the VM. That should have updated already. So this will update. I'm not sure why it didn't on my system already. It should have. And usually you get a little flashing updating up here when it's running. I must not have allocated enough RAM to this VM, and that's why it's giving me trouble. But I should be able to see that if I go under View Edit Safe List Entries, I should be able to see that show up as a safe list entry now, which I do. And I can also go in, so once this gets populated with a lot of entries, I can search for different ones if I want to. I can look for ones that are of a certain type. I can go in and look for a certain scope. So I want to say, hey, I want to match on this particular IP address when it's the source, the destination, or both. It allows me to go through and kind of manage this list if I need to. Now notice the delete all has a little number 1 next to it. That's telling me how many safe list entries are there that will be deleted if I hit the delete all. So if I want to nuke everything all at once, this is the button to do it. If I want to make a backup, I can export it. Oh, no, I can't on the community edition. Okay. So on the enterprise edition, you can. On the community, you can. I can export that list, make a backup of it. That way, if somebody munges it for some reason, I can delete what's there, import the old one, and I'll be back and off to the races again. So that gives me a good little bit of flexibility there. The other thing I should notice is that when I go back into my screen, notice I've got one safe list entry listed here now. So this is telling me how many safe list entries I have. This is showing me it's active. What this icon is really telling you is, hey, you're not looking at all of the data. Some of the data is being hidden from view because a safe list entry was created for it. That's really what that thing is there as a reminder for. Let's see. What else is worth talking through? Oh yeah, we could look at deep dive. Yeah, let's look at that. Let's take a look at this first one here. So I'm at 1055 100.111. It says it has a strong beacon score. So I'm going to go in and just click on that. And I'm seeing my internal system connecting to an external system. The user looked up alpha.stjameschurch.org. That's what brought them to this IP address. So let's say I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this looks kind of suspicious. Let me click on this fully qualified domain name. And now I'm going to see what virus total knows about that. Oh, virus total is coming up clean. It used to flag that as something you needed to be worried about. Let me try a different one. Maybe security trails? No, security trails is okay with it too. Okay, cool. Well, okay. So these tools are saying, hey, there's nothing here that you really need to be concerned about, except we've got a business environment where the connection is going out to alpha.stjameschurch.org. That's kind of suspicious. Also, look at our COM port. TCP 443, and it doesn't recognize the protocol. That should be getting identified as SSL. That's a little bit of a red flag for us. They're not using SSL over the well-known port for SSL. Something else is taking place. So that makes me a little bit more suspicious. So let's say we ran this to ground and we figured out, yep, we've got a problem. Our system is compromised. One of the things we said we'd want to identify is scope. If I click on the IP address, one of my options here is deep dive. If I go to deep dive, that will show me which of my internal systems are actually talking to that IP address. Let's see if I can't find another one. One note. I might have multiple for that. Yeah. So I'm investigating this external IP. Notice it's giving me a 10 dot star. If I click the little round thing here, this is showing me I've got multiple systems talking to that IP address. So if I had felt like, hey, I think this is a compromised host, or I think this is a command and control server, I don't. It looks like it's just a regular OneNote server. I'm just using this as an example. But imagine it wasn't OneNote. We looked at it and we decided, yeah, this looks like a C2 server. We think our system's compromised. Well, this allows me to quickly see what other systems are talking to that system and what do those communication characteristics look like. So if I'm pretty certain this is a command and control server, now I know all of these different IP addresses need to be part of my investigation. So that's that one. Let's see what else is kind of fun to talk through. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't show you with that is the ability to pivot. So let me go back to where I was. I was in deep dive. We were looking at this IP. We were looking at multiple IP addresses that were here. So let's say this is a different system on my network than where I started. And I want to do a deeper investigation of this system, right? I'm looking at this saying, oh, yeah, this looks like it's talking to a command and control server. See this little P up here? When you click that, all that does is just swap the destination and the source IP address that we're looking at here. So you'll see this IP address up here change when I click it. And what that does is that'll switch the view to showing me everything that internal system is doing. So now if I want to do a review of everything involved with that box, I can go through and I can just pivot to it and go through and do my investigation that way. So it's just a way to go through and kind of help you figure out, what's going on with my systems. Okay. Let's see. Long connections. I showed you this screen before. The default threshold, what to show you, is anything that's 5 hours or more, right? So if I want to see more data, I could say, show me everything that is 0 seconds or more. And now all my connections are going to show up here. That's probably not really helpful. If I wanted to, tighten it up a little bit, I could say only show me anything that's 20 hours or more. And as you can see, it dropped down the number of entries that it displayed. So this is basically my display filter. I can also go through, and I can do this with beacons as well. I can change the way things are getting sorted. But my source, my destination, some information on that. And then, here's all the different connections that are taking place. So I could go in and kind of take a look at these to say, okay, I'm talking to this external IP. Who is that? Is this something I need to be concerned about? Now, one of the things you can run into with this version of AC Hunter that we're fixing in the next one is a situation like this one here, where it's saying TCP 443, but it doesn't know what was being used at the application layer. And it doesn't know what the DNS query was that brought us here. Here's the bug that's causing that. We're looking at 24-hour chunks of data. This connection was probably started more than 24 hours ago. If we look at the duration time here, look at this. It's about 3 seconds short of a full 24 hours. So that tells me this connection probably started 2 days ago, which means I don't have access to the data that identified the DNS query that took place that brought the user here, and the initial handshake after the TCP/3 packet handshake that negotiated the application layer, and that's why I'm not seeing that here. So when you're in the long connection screen, if you see this and you don't see a DNS query, but you see the time interval is really close to 24 hours, that may be what's going on. Now, once we get below that, if I go to this entry here, I can see, oh yeah, this is actually a TLS session. And this is what the user was querying that brought them to this particular IP address. So once we can see the initial handshake take place, all that data becomes available. This is fixed with the version we're going to be releasing next quarter. But this allows me to go through my long connections. Let's see if I missed anything. So let's see. We talked about, so login information. We talked about that. We don't want to go there yet. Yeah, I'll come back to this in just a second. The login, I talked about this at the beginning of the class. This is just what the different URLs should look like. I'm on VirtualBox, so this is what my URI looked like. Yours might be different depending upon how you're logged into the AC Hunter interface. But we picked that data set. Here was the main screen. We talked about that. I mentioned, hey, it might look a little weird. If it does, you can play with the zoom to fix that. What else? Yeah, selecting a database management. We talked about that. Adding a safe list entry. Yep, we walked through that. We even walked through this particular one that matches the slides, so that's good. It's always good when I can match the slides. I talked about how that's how you access your safe list. The wildcard matching, I talked about that. The importance of creating a comment, I talked about that. Let's see, safe listing in progress, and then the entry gets removed. Then you can view, edit these if you want to, and we looked at this. And as I said, Community Edition is limited to 50. With the Enterprise version, it's an unlimited number of safe lists. Let's see. Yeah, when you highlight an entry on the left-hand side, the right-hand side shows a breakdown of where that score comes from. We talked about that. Oh, actually, this shows a good threat hunting example I talked about. So notice with this one, we had a match against our threat intel list. We had outgoing traffic that matched a known to be hostile IP address out on the internet. But when we looked at the number of bytes that were transferred, it was only 199 bytes. So no additional points got assigned to that system. So again, I kind of mentioned this might be a way to weed out the false positives in a threat intel list you've been using. How do you feed in the threat intel list? There's 2 files in the etc directory. One that you populate with IP addresses, the other one you populate with fully qualified domain names, and AC Hunter will just go through, read those lists, and apply them accordingly. Let's see. Yeah, we talked about the investigation menus. What I didn't show you is that this is also available on the source IP address as well. It's a fairly shortened list because there's not a whole lot you can do with that. But if you have the enterprise version, you can modify this. You can modify these drop down menus. So, for example, let's say we were running Carbon Black. We've got Carbon Black running in our environment. I could create a menu entry here for Carbon Black Response that points to the Carbon Black Response server so that when you click that entry, it goes over to Carbon Black. It opens up a new tab, loads up the Carbon Black Response interface, loads up this particular source IP address, and gives you all the information that Carbon Black knows about this source, that may help you go through and run it down. It's kind of like the Beaker stuff, only you can actually do prevention with Carbon Black, which you can't do with Beaker. And Beaker's free. Carbon Black is definitely not. But yeah, you can do it with the source stuff as well. Okay. See if I missed anything else. We talked about pivoting between IP addresses. Talked about deep dive. I talked about the investigation menu. Um, Keep in mind that a lot of these, here we're going to virus total. Virus total is definitely one of them. Alien Vault is another. They rely on community support. They rely on the community kind of contributing to say, hey, this is something to worry about. Hey, this is something that's not. That basically means that you're relying on all of these folks knowing what they're doing, and some do and some don't. I've seen entries in here that they flagged a system as being bad. And just from the short comment they wrote, it's really easy to decipher, this thing's okay, right? Like I've seen like Microsoft servers called out. And when they tag why it's being called out for port scanning, it's called out for spamming, it's called out for, like 20 different attack parameters that couldn't possibly have been done by the server all at the same time. Clearly that's someone who probably doesn't know what they're doing. So when I see matches like this, I never freak out. If I saw 60 out of 88 matches, yeah, that brings some validity to the table. But when I see, less than 10, I always kind of look at it with a grain of suspicion and make sure I try to kind of read between the lines to see, is this actually something I need to worry about, or does somebody not really understand what's actually going on? Long cons, we looked at those. Um, Data import. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, we'll do this. And then this should get us up to the top of the hour. And then when we come back after the top of the hour, it will be lab time. Yay. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to open up a terminal or an SSH session. So if you're in the VM, spelling matters, Chris. Here we go. Come on, you can do it. Now, if you're using one of the online VMs, if you're not running this locally, you can't do this. This has already been done for you. And if you're using the online instances, please don't delete things. That just messes the labs up for everybody else because it is a shared space. Um, so this is only if you're running the VM on your local system like I am. So I could also just launch the terminal and work from here if I wanted to. I'm going to use my SSH session just because I like SSH. So when you first log in, you will be here. So if I type PWD, and actually let me resize this because I think sometimes Zoom likes to chop the bottom of my session. So if I type in PWD, you should see this home dash threat. That tells me I'm in the threat the user named threat, their home directory. Wow, I didn't think through trying to say that when I named that user. Clearly, if I type in the ls command, that'll show me everything I can see within this directory. One of the things I can see is this right here, the labs directory. So I'm going to type in cd space labs. Type ls again, and that'll show me there's 3 directories under this point. So all the labs we're going to do, are going to be in one of these three directories here. We're going to start with lab 1. Now, if I just type in L and hit tab, it's going to auto-complete as much as it can, and then wait for me to pause whatever I need to type in unique. So now I'm in the lab 1 directory. Let's take a look at what's here. So what's here is a bunch of Zeek logs. So I'm going to say less space dash capital S dash X20. So dash S said, so less space in a file name allows you to page through the file. Dash S says don't line wrap anything. Put it off the right-hand side of the screen, and I'll just use my arrow keys to navigate there if I want to. Dash X20 says there's columns in this data, and I want you to allocate 20 characters for each column. It just kind of helps everything line up a little bit better. But when I hit entry on that, oh, duh, I got to tell it what to look at. I'm going to take a look at con.log, right? So here's my command here, less space dash capital S space dash lowercase x 20 space con.log. Now when I hit enter, here's my con.log file. So this is all the connections that Zeek saw that it went through and recorded out of this particular session. And there's way too much data here to get into. I get into this more in my advanced class. But you'll notice that I am arrowing left and right. So here's my main screen. And notice it's got all these little arrows on the right. That's because I use that dash capital S. It's telling me there's more data off to the right if you hit your right arrow key. And if I hit my right arrow key, it'll just show me the rest of that data. So what we want to do is we want to bring this data into AC Hunter so that we can then go through and hunt it to see if there's any potential command and control channels here. So the way you import things into AC Hunter is with Rita. Now, hear me out. We used Rita as the back end for the graphical interface, and there's a reason for that. Somebody posted the link, but Rita is named after John Strand's mom. John Strand's mom was an awesome human being, but she passed a couple of years ago from cancer. Very cool individual. And this tool is named after her. You know, this is her namesake. This is a legacy of her namesake. So it's something we never, ever, ever want to not get supported. We never want to, because we know how this goes with open source tools sometimes, right? Sometimes they'll just kind of fall by the wayside. They don't get updated. We wanted to make sure that never, ever happens with this tool because of the name that was assigned to it. So we built Reader into the back end of AC Hunter. So anytime we update the capability of AC Hunter, Rita automatically gets updated, which is cool. But that means I can use Rita to go through and actually import this information into AC Hunter. So here's what I'm going to do. And please follow along with me, unless if you're on the shared VMs, don't do this. If you have a VM running on your local system, you need to do this, or you won't be able to do the laps that we're going to be doing after the top of the hour. So I'm going to say Rita, R-I-T-A, space. What do I want to do with Rita? Well, I want to import some data. Actually, I'm going to start with Rita list. Let's just do that for now. So I'm going to say Rita space list. And when I hit enter, it's going to prompt me for my password. So I'm going to type in hunting. And now it's going to show me all the different data sets that it knows about. Notice these are the same data sets that we were seeing through AC Hunter. This is the one we were doing the hands-on walkthrough together with, right? So Rita has visibility into this data the same way AC Hunter does. You can actually bounce between the two tools if you want to. All right, so now I want to import new data. So I'm going to say Rita space import. Wow, why was import hard for me to spell? Clearly, I don't have enough caffeine yet. So Rita space import. Now I could just say star, import all the log files in the local directory, and it will figure out what log files it can import and which ones it can't. If I have a lot of stuff and some of it is non-actual Zeek logs, I'll just say star.log. That way it's only looking at the Zeek log files. But in this particular case here, it wouldn't make that bit of a difference. Someone get me coffee. Yeah, no, actually, I need warm flat Pepsi. I don't do coffee. And there's a whole story behind the warm flat Pepsi. If you haven't heard it, that maybe we can talk about on another pre-show banter. Okay, so I've got Rita space import space star.log. And the last thing I need to identify is what database name do I want to assign to this? Well, we're importing data out of the lab1 directory. So I'm just going to name it lab1. Let's just keep this simple. So this is the command you want to go through and type. And I'm just going to go ahead and throw that into Discord real quick, just so you can see it there too. And now I'm going to hit enter. And when I hit enter, you're going to see Rita going through and doing its thing. So it's saying, hey, I'm importing these particular log files. Here's where I'm doing my analysis. It's telling me that I found 111 hosts that we were communications with. There was no proxy data. So remember, one of the modules I could go through and use for analysis was a proxy module. It's not worth it doing that with this data set because there's no proxy data inside of it. It's telling me that it did see some DNS information, it did see some SNI information, it did see some raw IP information. So I know that I can go in and I can look in those different modules and potentially find stuff. It did some invalid cert certification checks. It found 8 different user agent strings. So this gives me a nice little summary that might help guide me as to what I should go looking for first when I go in here. So now if I type Rita list, I've got a lab1 directory now. Cool. Now, if I get this out of the way, go back here and go back to AC Hunter, go to your dashboard. So this icon on the bottom left, go up here to settings, and notice I've got a lab1 database now. Confirm and go ahead and load that up. Now, here's what we're going to do when we come back from the break. So I already walked you through all of this. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to the Beacon's Web module. So that's that icon on the bottom left that's identified as Beacon Web. I want you to click that icon, and you're going to find 6 entries that have a score over 80. Let me show you what that means, just so we're all on the same page. So I'm going to go to this Beacon Web module down here on the left. I'm going to click that. And I have, I think was it 6 or 8? 6. So I have 6 entries. Well, and actually, I could have just looked at the data. Duh. Wake up, Chris. That have a score of 80% or higher. What does that mean? Here is our indicator for this. So for this first one, we're 99.7% certain this is persistency. Second one, it's 98. If I go down to my 6th one, so second, third, fourth, fifth, 6th, this was 84.10. If I go to my 7th one, the score drops to 70. So what I'm saying is for the ones that have a score above 80%, these first 6, so they're going to be the ones that are color coded in red or orange, not in yellow or green. The red and orange ones, I want you to go through and just do a quick review of the screen and identify, does this look suspicious or not? Do you think you can safe list it? Don't create a safe list entry yet. We'll come back to that one later. I just want you to look at those first 6 and identify just very quickly, suspicious or not. And that's it. So it is the top of the hour. We're going to go through and take a 10-minute break. And then once we come back from that 10-minute break, I'm going to have you jump into doing this lab. I'll give you some time to go through the lab, and then we'll go through and cover this together. Now, one last thing before I shut off or before I go on mute. I gave you the lab right here, right? This has a description of what the lab is. Let's say you look at this and you say, I kind of know what you're talking about, Chris, but I'm not really sure. I need a little more help. The next slide after the one that gives you the lab is always going to be the hint slide. Quick, don't look. You saw the title, it said hints. Don't read the bullet points because that'll give you a hint. Don't use the hints unless you need it, right? we've got folks that have taken this class a bunch of times already. We have folks that have never taken this class and are brand new to threat hunting. So I want to try to scale this so it works for everybody. So if you think you know what you're doing, jump in here and keep going. If you feel like you need some hints, go ahead and look at that hint slide. If you look at the hint slide and you're still lost, go ahead and look at the answers and then just kind of work it backwards to kind of solve it that way. All right, top of the hour, let's break. 10 minutes after, I'll come back. I'll check you then. Okay, I am here, but we're doing the lab that's on the slide. So don't overcomplicate this. Like I said, quick 30, 60 seconds max on each of these 6 entries. And just identify which way do you lean? Do you lean towards it might be evil? Do you lean towards it might be good? And that's all you need to accomplish is this portion of the lab. And then we'll go through and we'll cover it together. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to go through this. Oh, sorry, Pedros, I scared you. I try to come on quiet or quieter than I usually talk, just so I don't freak people out. So yeah, let's see. Rita import path is not on the slides. So yeah, you don't have to give it the full path if you're in that directory. So if I'm running this while I'm in the same directory that all my lab files are in, like I am here, I'm in the labs lab 1 directory, I don't need to give it a path. But if I was someplace else, then yeah, I would. So if I was, let's say, in my home directory, I would want to say, something like a tilde, because that automatically specifies the home directory, labs, lab 1, and then star.logs. But since I was already in that directory, I didn't need to add all that. And I'm trying to kind of keep this simple for folks. So yeah, I just gave you navigating into the directory first. All right. Give you a little bit more time and then we'll go through and cover this together. So like I said, I'm going to go on mute and I will try not to come back as loud next time. I apologize for that. Okay. We seem to have some folks having trouble getting to AC Hunter from within the VM. So let's go through and cover that. So I'm going to type in my password. This one's hunting. So the threat hunter password is hunting. I'll hit enter on that. And then I'm going to go launch Chrome. Give Chrome a minute to start up, running within the VM. Yeah, I definitely got to allocate a little bit more memory to this. And it should automatically try to connect to 127.0.0.1/auth/login. And notice it's telling me, hey, your connection's not private. If I go to advanced, proceed to 127, and then that should get me to my login screen. So now if I type threat at active countermeasures.com with a password of hunting2, that should get me in. And it does. So I go to say JA3 and notice this looks okay. If it looked a little weird, I could go in and I could kind of zoom in and zoom out. I changed the zoom to kind of match a smaller VM size, but I can play with this if I need to get to the screen. But this should get you in. So if you're having problems with that, try typing this in manually. And you don't even need the HTTPS. You can just say 127 .0.0.1 and then hit enter, and it should automatically redirect you to the login screen, and you should be good to go from there. All right, I'm going to give you another minute or two, and then we'll go through and cover what we had. Let's talk about this one. So we wanted to review our first 6 entries. And like I said, we're not going to go in depth yet. This is just a quick, yes, no, pass, fail, 0, 1 type of thing. So as I look at this first one, I've got an internal IP address connecting to an IP address out on the internet. Well, wait a minute though. I'm looking at Beacon Web, right? Beacon Web should be a fully qualified domain name as the destination. because this is pulling it out of the host parameter of the SNI information. So I can see with all of these, I always have a name up there. My first one is showing an IP address. That tells me my, let's see. Yeah. So let's see. Who was that? So Rajrona, the password you should be using there is hunting2, HUNTING, and then the number 2. All is one thing. The email address looks right, so I'm guessing it's the password that's wrong on that one. Okay, so this information is coming out of, because this is TCP/80 traffic, HTTP, it's coming out of the host parameter. That should never be an IP address. Right? That should always be a fully qualified domain name. Why? What if I'm running a web server that has multiple virtual servers running on top of it? They all have the same IP address. That server needs to know which virtual server to send that traffic to. Well, it uses the host parameter for that. So the fact that this has an IP address instead of a host name, oh, that looks really suspicious to me. Let's see what else we got. We've got 3,011 connections. Gee, that's a lot. We've got a high persistency score. If I look at my graph on the bottom here, can I draw a flat line? Oh, yeah, I can draw a flat line. Okay. So this first one definitely goes in the suspicious column. Okay, let's go look at our second one. Our second one is going to array506.prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com. Yeah, this looks like it's one of Microsoft's management systems. The CN, right? So the SNI information that's in the digital certificate matches that fully qualified domain name information. So that looks good. Now, this is interesting. Invalid digital certificate. Yes. That kind of raises a little bit of a red flag, right? Because it's saying this isn't a valid digital certificate. Here's what's going on. Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, and because they're a small, agile company that doesn't have a lot of cash on hand and has to cut corners wherever they can, decided, why pay for a valid digital certificate for these back-end servers if we don't have to? We own both ends of the connection. We make Windows. So what we'll do is we will self-sign one of our digital certificates and then put that on every Windows system that ships so that it knows to trust it. And now the user won't get any errors when they connect in. And look, we save $200. We'll be able to, stay in operation for another day. Because again, Microsoft, small agile company, they need to save a buck any place they can. Um, I'm joking, of course. Why did they do this? I don't know. This was dumb. So here's what's actually taking place, right? If it was a Windows system connecting to this, it's going to say that's a trustworthy certificate because the signing certificate has already been stored within the registry. So this is what it recognizes as a legitimate certificate authority. But our Zeek system is running on Linux. Linux is only using the valid certificate authorities. So it doesn't know about the Microsoft self-signed one. So Linux looks at this and says, yeah, no, that's a self-signed cert. I don't trust this. So that's why that's popping up as a no. Now, what's here to tell you that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not if you do a search on prod.do.dsp, blah, 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 and, invalid search, you'll find this information that way. So you would normally have to go out and do some research. I'm going to save you from doing some research. So we're going to assume this digital certificate is valid. But if I was running this in a Windows environment, the way I would solve this problem is get a copy of that digital certificate, store it on the Linux digital certificate store, and now Zeek will be able to go through and validate that certificate properly. So again, let's assume that this one's actually okay. Well, this looks like it's just traffic going back to Microsoft. So our second one, we're leaning towards this is probably okay. Do we really think MS self-signing is trustworthy? Probably not. Probably not. But it's also kind of that, yeah, what choice do you have? Because otherwise, you're not going to get your patches. They kind of get you over a barrel on this one. Hey, we all got to save money where we can, right? Let's not fault Microsoft. This is an extra $200 they were able to save by not getting a legitimate digital certificate. So times are tough, inflation, blah, 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 et cetera. Microsoft needed to save their $200. All right. So our second one, we're leaning towards good. First one, leaning towards bad. Second one, leaning towards good. Third one, this is going to tileservice.weather.microsoft.com. It's a TCP/80 connection. So we don't have the benefit of working with a digital certificate to check its validity. We have a bunch of different IP addresses here. We could go in and start investigating these to see, what are these associated with? I'm just going to grab one. And, this comes back and says, oh, yeah, that's part of weather.microsoft.com. There's no known issues with this. So I could do a quick check there to say, yeah, this one's probably okay too. This is just tile services checking in to see what's the current weather in my environment. And it's doing it every 30 minutes, twice an hour. This is going off. So this third one, we're leaning towards good. Our fourth one, hey, this is another array. Our first one we looked at was array 506. This one is array 509. Everything else is the same. So if we're thinking the other one was good, then this one probably is as well. Go to our next one. ctldl.windowsupdate.com. So this is used as part of patching. It's on HTTP instead of HTTPS. That makes me nervous, but it is what it is. Again, I could do lookups on these IP addresses to see, have these been associated with the Windows Update domain for an extended period of time? If so, I can get a little bit more of a warmer, fuzzy feeling saying, yeah, this one's probably okay. So this one, we're also leaning towards the good side. Our last one, oh, this is array 503. So we had array 503, 506, 509. So 3 of these 6 entries are all going to a similar target. So our first one, leaning towards bad, the rest of them leaning towards good. So that's what you should have been able to get out of this first lab pretty quickly. All right, let's see if I missed anything. So like I said, when you do these, the first slide is going to pose you with a problem to solve. Evaluate the first 6. Don't spend a lot of time. Try to quickly identify is it good or bad. And notice, because of all the information we had handy right here, we were able to make some pretty quick decisions about what might be good, what might be bad. That's kind of useful. After that, I told you I'd give you hints. And then after that, I go through and I give you the answers. So this is showing you, oh, I missed this. I missed that aspect of this. Let's go back to this for a second. So our first entry, right, that we said we were leaning towards evil, one thing I forgot to point out, the user agent string being used to talk to this is identifying this as being a Windows 7 system. Now, maybe we know we have Windows 7 systems still hanging around, in which case we don't bat an eyebrow at this. But maybe we're pretty damn certain there's no Windows 7 systems left on our network, or there shouldn't be, in which case that just tips us even more towards evil. We'll come back and we'll talk about that user agent string a little bit later. So yeah, the first one, for all these reasons, we're leaning more towards evil. Second entry, we said, yep, this one looks like it's okay. The digital certificate looks legit. It didn't. It says it failed, but we talked about why it's actually okay. Third and fourth entries, we talked through these. We mentioned the array 509. We have a couple of entries that are part of that prod.do subdomain. So we'll probably deal with those with a wildcard. We had a Windows Update one. Cool. So out of those 6, we had 5 that looked like they were okay. So here's what we're going to do. That first entry, let's skip it for now, right? So we're going to skip this entry, start with entry number 2, go through to entry number 6, the orange one here, and create safe list entries for those. So we covered this in the hands-on walkthrough. I'll give you a hint. One of them will probably want to, for one set of these, will want to use a wildcard. For the others, we'll want to go through and just do a specific exception, but we'll probably want to do them all based on name as opposed to like an IP address or something. Go through, give this a shot. If you have any problems, give a shot. I'm going to go on mute while you work through this lab, but I am still here. So, like I said, any questions, just go ahead and throw it into Discord.
Chris,
Yes.
I wanted to make one quick note for those who are using
Is this
T-Hunt
God?
1.
I'm hearing a voice in my ear. Is this
Oh
God?
no,
Oh no, tell me it's
it's
not
your
my conscious. That would be even worse.
it's your crazy uncle. Trust me on this.
Oh, okay, cool.
Um,
Crazy uncle's fine.
for anybody who's using T-Hunt 1 through thunt3.aihosted.com, keep in mind that you're sharing those instances with all of your other students. So we encourage you to go through and do all the steps that you'd like to do safe listing, but not actually add the safe list entry onto those instances.
Great point. Great point. Yeah, because once you safe list it, now no one else can find it. Good point. Thank you, Bill.
Cheers.
And I'm glad it was my crazy uncle and not my conscience.
Yeah, much better.
Yes. All right, I'm going back on mute. So safe lists. This should have been pretty quick and straightforward for folks. So we said our first one, we don't want to safe list this one. This one is looking like it's suspicious. And again, if you're using the online shared resources, don't create these safe list entries. You can kind of follow along with the steps, but don't actually create them because then nobody can see what's actually going on. If you're running a local VM, if you downloaded the VM, don't worry about this. You can do exactly what I'm doing and you're fine. So it's just the folks using the free shared online resource that need to worry about that. So our first entry, no safe list entry. We're suspicious of that. Our second one, I'm going to go in and I'm going to click on my safe list filter. And when I do, when I look at this, we saw an array 503 and an array 509. So I'm going to enable wildcard matching, and I'm going to say I want to safe list star.prod.do.dspmp.microsoft.com. So that'll cover array 503, array 506, and array 509 all at the same time. If there's other arrays that we don't see in this specific data set, that'll pop up as well. And then I'm going to go in, I'm going to apply that safe list. And once I do, notice the number of entries I have here drop considerably because that covered 3 all at the same time. So again, I'm still going to skip this first one because I'm suspicious. So now I'll go to the new second one on the list. And this was the tile service one. And I'm going to click safe list. And I'm not going to bother using a wildcard because tile-service should be the only thing under weather. So I'm going to go in and just leave the defaults, safe list based on fully qualified domain name, and just apply that. And now I'm down to 3 entries total. This entry here, CTLDL windowsupdate.com, we said, yep, that one probably looks like it's okay. And again, I'm not going to bother using a wildcard for that one. I'm just going to safe list it. So imagine this didn't exist yet, right? This first one was suspicious about. Imagine it was just this stuff here, right? I'm going to look at this last one just because there's only one left. And this is going to settings-win.data.microsoft.com. Digital certificate matches the fully qualified domain name, invalid cert, but we talked about Microsoft self-signing their certs now. We'll assume this cert is good. I know there's multiple things under data.microsoft.com. So I'm going to go in. You didn't have this as part of the lab. I'm just kind of doing this because I want to show you something. But I'm going to enable wildcard matching, and I'm going to say anything under data.microsoft.com is okay. Safe list that. Now imagine we did all that yesterday, and that was everything. And today's a new day, and we go in to do our threat hunt. And we jump in and we'll look. All that stuff that's actually okay, that there's a business need for, is gone. The only thing that ends up showing up now is the one thing we have to worry about. So remember what I said, safe listing is what's going to allow your threat hunts to take less and less time over time as you do these. So every time I'm doing a threat hunt, I want to make sure I'm safe listing out the things I've validated as being okay, because that's going to make my hunts take less and less time as I go through. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Okay. So next lab, and we're going to come we will address this one, I promise. But next, what I want you to do is I want you to go through long connections. So let's go back into our slides here. Yeah, we wildcat that stuff out. One entry covered multiple. Oh, yeah, I didn't do this. If you go in and view the safe list entries, you'll see all the entries that we've created so far that'll show up. And now here's what I want you to do. So with beacons, we went in and we said, spend 60 seconds on each entry max, good or bad, feeling good about it, feeling bad about it, not sure, which way am I leaning? That's all I want you to go through and do. With in this lab, I want you to go to the long connection screen. I want you to evaluate any connection that lasted 5 hours or more. So we talked about, hey, there's a filter there for that. So it'll only show us that data. And I just want you to do a quick spot check and identify each line and say, I'm leaning towards it's okay. I'm leaning towards it might be evil. And that's it. So go in, give this one a shot. Any questions, problems, just go ahead and throw it into Discord. I'll give you a couple of minutes to walk through this one. Let's go through and talk this one through. So somebody had asked to see a list of the safe list entries that have been created so far. So I had loaded this up on my screen just so you could see. So these are the safe list entries that have, one of these we created on the hands-on walkthrough. The rest of them were part of that last lab. So in this lab, I wanted you to go through and look at long connections that were for a period of time of 5 hours or more. Well, that's the default duration filter, 5 hours. So anything that shows up on the screen, that now immediately becomes something worth going in and paying attention to. Now, notice for both of these, I don't see the application layer. I also don't see what was queried via DNS. So remember we said there was a problem. There's a problem with the current version where if the connection started more than 24 hours ago, that data gets lost. One of the things I could do is if I have my Zeek data from the previous days, I could go back into my raw Zeek logs and look for these connections. And then whatever day this connection started, that would tell me, what was actually used here. But I don't have that information handy on the screen. I'm also noticing that my top one is going to port 9200. That's kind of odd. And then this one's going to TCP 443. So the second one looks like a regular HTTPS connection. Not so sure about what's going on with the first one. So I've got kind of limited information to work with here. And both of these were running for the entire day. So what do I do? Well, one of the things I could do is I could go in and I could run some investigations on it, right? So I've got the first one highlighted. I'm going to go up to the IP address and I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, go to VirusTotal. Let's see what VirusTotal knows about it. And VirusTotal is saying, oh, that's part of AIHhosted.com. Huh. Wonder what that domain is all about. One of the things, so remember our passive active line, we don't want to cross it, right? But trying to hit a web server and doing it from an IP address that's not part of the domain you're trying to protect, that's fair game because websites are getting hit all the time from various different IP addresses on the internet. Try this sometime. Spin up a VM, run a web server, don't tell anybody about it. Wait a day and see just how many thousands of connections came in to connect to that website. There'll be a lot of them. So what I would do is I would say, okay, I've got this domain here. I would, let's say, run my phone, take it off of wireless, use my carrier provider's network instead. That way I'm not coming from the network I'm trying to protect. And I would just launch the browser on my phone and go to www dot the domain that was in there, ahhosted.com. Oh, that goes to this site here, Active Countermeasures. Who are they? Hey, purchasing. What do you know about Active Countermeasures? Is anybody buying services there? Who is this domain? Why would we be connecting to them? That's how I would go about kind of running that one down fairly quickly. So that first one, I'm leaning towards, yeah, this is probably okay. That one's pretty straightforward. If I go to my second one and then go in and say, I'm going to go back to virus total again. And what does virus total know about it? It's going to cloud app, azure.com, Azure, traffic manager. Okay, that's Microsoft as well. Windows.com, that's obviously Microsoft as well. Notice the history here. So this goes back to all the way back to 2019. So this is going back 4 years. This IP address has been controlled by Microsoft. One of the things you'll notice is that these large internet properties have controlled their IP space for a long time. In other words, you won't run into a situation where it was Microsoft and then it was some other weird, website, and then it went back to being Microsoft again. No, that's not going to happen. So the fact that we have a pretty consistent history here of it being associated with Windows notification services says to me, yeah, this is probably just a Microsoft Windows notification server. So, two long connection entries. Our first one looked weird, but when we looked at who runs this site, we saw it was active countermeasures. Our next step would be figuring out, is there a business need for our traffic to be going to active countermeasures? If so, this is good. If not, yeah, we might have a problem. We need to dig into it deeper. For that one, let's assume that one's okay. For our second entry, we said, oh, that's going back to a Windows notification server, and that server has been at that that IP address has been used for those purposes for at least the last 4 years. Yeah, that one's probably okay too. So we had 6 beacons, 5 were okay. We're down to 1. Long connections, we have 2. Both of those look like they're okay. If I go take a quick look at DNS, so we said anything that is C2 over DNS, we're going to see hundreds, if not more likely thousands of connections going to that domain. And it's going to be a domain I don't recognize. We don't see that here in this data. Our top domain is Microsoft, and we looked up 24 unique resources within that domain. Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable. So no C2 over DNS. Long connections look like they're okay. We're down to 1 beacon that looks like it's problematic. So let's go back and analyze that. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to dig into this one a little bit deeper and see, okay, we're leaning towards suspicious. Do we find more data points that leans us even more towards suspicious? Or do we finding data points that may reel us back in a little bit and say, no, actually, and the hint is go take a look at the data in the client signature module and see if there's anything in there that's helpful in figuring out if this is something you need to be worried about or not. All right, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes on this one. I'm going to go on mute. Any questions, just go ahead and throw them into Discord. Okay, we're getting a little bit more down in the weeds here. So I don't want to leave folks that are struggling challenged on this one. So let's go through and kind of talk about this one a little bit more. So we already picked out some attributes that we said made this one look highly suspicious, right? We were seeing 3,011 connections over a 24-hour period of time going to that same IP address. You can see it's going off about every 30 seconds all day long, right? It's not like there's 3,000 connections that took place in 5 minutes and then it's done. Like maybe there was a lot of stuff getting transferred. No, this is a steady pace throughout the course of the day. That's what we identify as connection persistency. That makes this interesting. Excuse me. We mentioned that this information here is coming out of the host parameter. That should be a fully qualified domain name. It's not. It's an IP address. A legitimate web client, web browser would not do this. So this is some other software that is not a regular web browser making these connections. And most tools know not to do this. So this tends to show up more with attack tools, right? Because they don't care about getting the host parameter right. They've got some other nefarious purpose that they're focused on. So that tends to be where you see this mistake the most. So that makes me suspicious of what's going on. We said this user agent string, right? It says it's a Windows 7 system. That seemed kind of odd. So the one little hint I gave you was go check out client signatures. So let's take a look at that. So this is our source system, 192.168.99.51. These are all the different user agent strings it's used and who it was talking to during those connections. So, for example, Wiki agent, it was using that as a user agent string when it talked to adl.windows.com. Microsoft Crypto API slash 10.0. It used that when it talked to Windows Update, DigiCert, and MSOCP.com, right? So multiple other systems. And it used it 35 different times. Skip to the bottom. Here's that user agent string. It's only being used talking to this one IP address out on the internet. Now, here's where things get really interesting. Wiki agent, that's Windows 10 or Windows 11. This is Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 10. Windows 7? That makes no sense at all. There's no reason why our system should be identifying itself as Windows 7. We said there's one minor edge case. Somebody's running a virtual machine that's Windows 7 while they connect to a host out on the internet. But that kind of makes no sense at all, right? Like, why would you do that? If I'm running Windows 7, it's because I'm running some stupid mainframe app they haven't bothered updating. And that's running inside of my environment. I'm not sending that traffic out across the internet. So that makes it even more of a marginal edge case. So the fact that this is happening at all makes me really highly suspicious. So, what else can we investigate as part of this? Well, at this point, we're kind of stuck within the UI. For those who were here right before we started, you saw we're going to make some changes to address this in the next version. But for now, my next best option is to go back to the Zeek logs and see what I can find in there. So one of the things I can look at, I'm going to say less space dash s http.log. So I'm going to go in and take a look at the http.log file. One of the things I can take a look at is what's the URI they're connecting to? So this column is my host parameter, right? And we said it's an IP address and it shouldn't be. That should be a fully qualified domain name. Here's the URI the user was trying to access. Wow, that's a really long URI string. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It definitely has something encoded in it. Is it something we need to worry about or not? That I'm not sure. But there definitely seems to be some encoding taking place here. Now, one of the things that I like to go looking at is it using the same URI over and over again? Because when command and control is taking place, you tend to see it querying the same URI over and over. If this was like a vulnerability scan, you'd see it trying to access different things to see if the different things are vulnerable. So is this always accessing the same URI or not? Well, on the surface, real quick, it looks like it might be the same, but we could easily go through with the command line and figure that out without having to try and eyeball it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say cat space http.log, print out the contents of the http.log. I'm going to run that through zcut, which is going to allow me to specify what fields I want to say. I want to see id.org_h. That's Zeek speak for the source IP address. I want to see id.resp_h. That's the destination IP address. And I want to see the URI. I want to see that string. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pump that through grep, and I'm going to tell grep I only want to see the connections that are associated with this target out on the internet that I'm really suspicious about. So that IP address is 104.248.234.238. Kind of a weird IP address, right? And then I'm just going to say sort unique-c and then that should do it. So sort just says, hey, anytime the source IP, the destination IP, and the URI are the same, put those one after the other. And unique-c says only print out one instance of when all three of those objects are the same and count up how many times they were the same. So when I run this command, this tells me there's 311 instances of this one specific URI being accessed, and that's it. Well, we had 3,011 connections total, so that's all of them. So we're accessing the same URI over and over again. Oh, this looks like a command and control channel to me. I am really suspicious about this one. So what will we do next? What I tend to do next is I tend to look at, are there patterns here that I might be able to pick up on and do some Google searching on? So for example, I'm going to just throw user agent in here real quick. So we have that to look at as well. So the first thing I might do is go look up this user agent string and see, does that match a legit operating system, or does that match some known malware or vulnerability tool? And see if that pops up anything for me. If that isn't helpful, and then I'm going to start looking at the URI. Now, this long string, yeah, that's something encoded. That's not going to do me a whole lot of good, but it's accessing it in this directory rmvk30g. That's a short enough string that's unique enough that I might actually have some success Googling that to figure out what's that associated with. And if I do that, I'll find out that, yeah, this is a known command and control channel used by Fiesta EK. Okay, now we know for sure, yeah, we get a system that's been popped. We've got to go into incident response mode. We've got to go through and run this down. Now, a couple things I want to point out real quick before I set up the next lab, and then we go through and actually, we'll take a break, and then we'll come up and we'll set up the next lab. We did a lot of talking, but we were able to quickly look at what's good, what's bad, safe list out what was good, bang, focus right in on the one thing we needed to worry about. That's really the power of this tool, is that you can have tens or hundreds of thousands of connections or millions of connections taking place out to the internet on a daily basis. And this helps to sort through and identify, hey, out of all that stuff, here's what you need to pay attention to and why. Cool. All right. It is 3 minutes after the top of the hour. We are doing good on time. So let's do this. Let's say 15 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll come back and we'll finish up. So at 15 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll pick up from here. We'll immediately jump into doing the next lab. Talk to you folks then. Let's get back into this again. So I think we've kind of finished with the lab one directory. And by the way, there was some folks saying that when they were running that same command that I was, which let me go ahead and I'll copy paste this into Discord just so people have that command. Oh, yeah, it's line wrapping. Give me just a second to fix that. There we go. That's better. They weren't getting any results back. You got to make sure you're here when you run that command. So if you type in pwd, you should see home, threat, labs, lab one. If you see something like this, right, and then I type pwd and it just tells me, oh, I'm only in home threat, I need to cd down to the lab one directory in order to run that command. So I could type in cd space labs, lab one, and then that'll just move me to that directory. Now that command should work for you just fine. But we're going to move on from lab one and we're going to go to lab two. And just like lab one, we need to import our data first. So follow along with me. If you're running a local VM, again, if you're on the shared internet instances, you can't do this. But if you're running a local VM, you should be able to follow along with what I'm doing here. So we want to move to the lab2 directory. So I'm going to type in cd space // lab2. So the / will move me up one directory, lab, and then the /lab2 will move me back down one into the lab2 directory. I know it worked because I see lab 2 here now. And if I type in PWD, where am I? I can see I'm in the home threat labs lab 2 directory. That's where I want to be. Now, in this directory is, you guessed it, Zeek logs. Now notice we've got a lot fewer Zeek logs than we had before. So that kind of, again, should kind of help guide us as to what we need to do as part of a threat hunt and what we don't. But we want to import this data. So I'm going to say Rita space import space star.log space, and we'll name this lab 2. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to copy that command for you folks so that you have that as well. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to run that command. It was prompting me for a password. So I'm going to say hunting, Hunting. We don't need a 2 on the end. It's hunting 2 just to get into AC Hunter. It's just hunting in order to get it to use sudo with the command line. Now, when this ran, notice what it said. No local network traffic, no host data to analyze, no proxy data, no TLS, HTTP data, but it found a lot of DNS stuff. That might help kind of guide us when we do our next hunt, right? What data do we actually have to work with? Just the import process gave us a pretty good idea of what we're going to find and what we're not. So now that we've imported the data, I'm going to go to settings. Notice I have a lab 2 data set that I didn't have before. Hit confirm. And I want you to hunt this data. Oh, wait a minute, Chris. I don't see any data. It says no results found. It does say that here, but look what this says. Potential C2 over DNS detected. Maybe we need to go look at and I heard somebody saying that, or I saw somebody saying that this was truncating on the bottom. So let me pull that up a little bit, make sure folks can see it. Maybe we need to go look at this DNS module. Give you a couple of minutes to work through this one, and then we'll talk about it. This one should have been fairly easy. So someone taught me, I didn't know you could do this. So you learn new stuff all the time. You can actually click the alert up here, and that'll jump you into DNS as well. So what have we got? We're seeing 2,074 unique resource records being queried. So 2,074 total. So every single one of them is unique. Going to honestimnotevil.com. Oh, well, that's a very descriptive domain, right? So clearly this one's okay. I saw somebody said, oh, yeah, I just added this to the safe list. Yeah, well, clearly it's fine. It's saying honest, I'm not evil. So we know we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Now, this is the only thing we're seeing because our threshold is set to 1,000. If I drop the threshold to 0, I can start seeing the unique queries. So here's the fully qualified domain name that was being used as part of that query. Here's another one. Here's another one. Notice anything interesting about this string of characters? I'll give you a hint. Does it look like ASCII? No. Does it look like binary? No. Does it look like hex? Oh, what's hex? Hex is 0 through 9 and A through F. Oh, yeah, we've got numbers 0 through 9 and no alphabetic letters after F. That looks like it could be hex. That might be someone encoding data in hex so that when we look at it, it doesn't immediately look suspicious to us. Or if we're trying to pattern match to look for suspicious things, well, we're pattern matching in ASCII. This is in hex. We're not going to match on this. So, someone said DNS exfiltration. Yeah, it might be. It might be. That would be that's my first guess. That's my first concern. What I would probably start doing is I would go to a site like CyberChef and maybe copy in some of these hex strings, convert them to ASCII, and see if that reveals anything that might be kind of interesting to me. But that's getting into more advanced stuff. The other thing that's kind of interesting for me here, we looked up 2,074 unique resource records for a domain we've never heard of before. and none of our users ever actually had to access a resource in that environment. That's suspicious, right? Doing a lot of lookups for no reason? Yeah, that's suspicious. So between this, oh yeah, I think we have a problem. Now, is our problem the system talking to honestimnotevil.com? Ah, that's a trick question, right? We can't answer that question because we don't know where was this data collected. Well, what do you mean, Chris? It was collected on our internal network. Yeah, but where on our internal network? For example, let's say we were collecting the data on the internal interface of the firewall and we have an internal resolver. Well, this data is coming from the resolver. It's not the resolver that's compromised. It's whoever is talking to the resolver. So now we need to go to the resolver and figure out who's sending it these queries to forward to figure out what's the compromised system. Cheat code on that, load up a copy of ngrep. It's available on Linux, Unix, and Windows. Tell ngrep, look at UDP53 traffic and grab it if you find honestimnotevil.com in the payload. You'll very quickly figure out which system is actually whacked. Now, what if my resolver is outside the firewall? Well, now, yeah, the source IP address I'm seeing is the actual compromised system. So without context, we don't know for sure if the source IP address we're looking at is the compromised system or if it's just one of our internal resolvers. There'd be a little bit more legwork that needs to be done. But I think we can definitively agree, yeah, we got a problem here. Maybe it's the source IP, maybe it's a different system, but something has been compromised. We are not going to have a good day, regardless of the domain claiming it's definitely not evil. I'm leaning towards it definitely is evil. This is something we need to be concerned about. All right. I wanted to give you a C2 over DNS example, just because a lot of folks have heard about it, but have never actually seen it. So here you go. Now you've seen one. So that is actually it for the lab 2 directory. Now we're going to move to the lab 3 directory. So we're going to do the same. So follow along with me here. We're going to do the same thing we did last time. We're going to say cd space // lab 3. And I'll even throw these into Discord just so folks have them, just because typos do happen and those can be frustrating. So this is the first one. So we're going to cd into this directory, and then we're going to do the same thing we've been doing so far. We're going to say Rita space import space star.log space, and we'll name this one lab 3. Hit enter on that. It may or may not pop up and prompt you for the password. If it prompts you for the password is hunting. But this went through, it identified 88 hosts. We've got some SNI information in here. Again, we have no proxy data, so we don't have to worry about the proxy module. There's some beacon information it found. We found 8 different user agent strings. It did some certificate checks here. So we've got some stuff to work with. So now that we did the import, I'm going to bring that off to the side. I'm going to go up here to settings. And now I've got a lab 3 directory. Confirm that. And here's what I want you to do. Hunt this bad boy down. Figure out what's good, figure out what's bad, go through the whole list. I'm going to give you some time to work through this one. So we got about a half hour left in class. I'm going to give you a good 15 minutes to work through this one because think of this as like your midterm exam, right? Here's the whole thing. You just go ahead and do it and we'll take it from there. And it's truncating on me because I don't have that down far enough. There we go. All right. So I'm going to go on mute. Any questions, please just throw them into Discord. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to go through and do this lab. There will be a test. Yes. Weren't you warned? Well, it's only a midterm, so it's not a big deal. So I'm going to come off mute for just a second because there's a question that it's just easier for me to talk than it is to try and type. which is, can AC Hunter be used in ICSOT environments, or is it just IT? Yeah, it definitely can. One of the strengths of this method and doing your hunting this way is it'll work with anything that's connected to the network. So it can be network gear, it can be a printer, it can be, I've seen I've seen temperature sensors get compromised, right? So IoT temperature sensors have gotten whacked, and they were actually being used as part of an attack. But there was a C2 channel that was set up to it, and yeah, you can go through and you can detect that up just fine. Where you get limited to certain platforms only is when you need to be able to install an agent on that system. Since we're pulling packets off the wire, we don't have that agent limitation. So literally anything that plugs into the network you can use. Now, with that said, once you identify, hey, I think I see a beacon coming from that, or a long connection, or there's a behavioral change with that system that looks interesting, sometimes it's nice to have an agent you can run to extract some additional data, but it's certainly not a requirement. You can work around that if you have to. When we get contracted for threat hunts, it is very common that there's no endpoint data to work with. The only thing we have is what's on the network. But yeah, it works just fine that way. We have military customers, we have law enforcement customers that, you can imagine they have blue teams that get dispatched when they think there's a problem. So they need to go into a network they've never seen before. They don't know what's on that network. And they need a process to follow that will consistently identify what's been whacked, regardless of what that might be. And what they use is AC Hunter. So they go in, they set up a network probe, they collect usually at least 8 to 12 hours worth of data. And then they start going through the results to see, okay, is it starting to look like anything might actually be whacked on this environment? And if so, which systems? And then they run down and worry about what platform it might happen to be and that type of thing. So, so yeah, you can use this with anything. So, like I said, that was a little bit more than I wanted to try and type out. I'm going to give you about another 3 minutes to go through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll cover it. Okay, I see more and more people jumping into the fun in Discord. So that tells me more and more people have probably made it through the lab. So let's go through and kind of talk about what we have here. So where I'm going to start, we only have one system to worry about here. So where I'm going to start is, where are my points coming from? So I see I've got some really long connections. It's not adding a lot to the points, but I'm seeing, yeah, 24 hours here. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to start with that. And when I look at that, I see, oh, hey, here's that connection to port 9200. That's that AIH hosted thing we looked at earlier. And oh, hey, look, that's that same Microsoft thing that we were looking at before. This time we do actually have, host information, and we can see it's going to a Windows notification server over at windows.com. So these probably okay. If I go back to my dashboard, I've got some beacon web stuff that was generating some points. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to take a look at that. And I got two entries in here. My first one is going to newbio2 skypetm.com.tw. That's an interesting domain. So Skype trademark.com.tw, because you got to trademark it right in the domain name within Taiwan. It's the law. I don't think so. But yeah, it seems kind of odd. So here's the IP address it's going to. It's doing a GET request. Look at that user agent string. Is that how Microsoft Internet Explorer identifies itself in the user agent string? No, never. It doesn't say Microsoft Internet Explorer. It says IE and then the version number 2.0, 7.0, whatever it happens to be. So that user agent string looks bogus. Further, there's no identifier for the operating system there, is it? What's going on here? Here's what I think's going on here. I think we're going to figure out this one's an attack. This is some malicious code. And the person wrote this malicious code doesn't know enough about how HTTP works to know what's a valid user agent string and what's not. They read some document someplace that says, oh, it identifies the browser. So they said, oh, I don't know what to put in here. F it. Microsoft, Internet Explorer, that'll be fine. In other words, they're a hack. So even hacks can create this stuff. That's how easy it is. So that's why we've got to be on our game. 3,188 connections. Look at this. It's like about twice per minute, all day long, 24 hours a day. Got a connection taking place. Oh, that's persistent, right? Take a look at this. Oh, hey, here's that bell curve we talked about, right? That makes me think cobalt strike might be taking place here. It's certainly jittering the connection, right? We don't have a single time interval going off. It's jittering it. Anytime I see jitter, that just elevates the chances to me that this is probably going to end up being something malicious. I'm just going to take a quick peek at the transmissions here, right? Because I'm leaning towards this is probably evil. And as soon as I kind of feel like this is probably going to be evil, one of the first things I want to look at is, has this channel actually been activated yet? Yes or no? So if this is actually C2, 3,052 of my 3,188 connections resulted in 628 bytes of data getting transferred. So that's my heartbeat. That's my, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. And I've got some other data points in here too. So there has been some data activation that's taken place, but it's for small amounts of data. My largest payload is 828 bytes. So that tells me if this is a C2 channel, they've pinged it to make sure it's working, but they haven't actually leveraged it yet. And that's actually kind of common. A lot of times attackers will drop their malware and they'll walk away for a little bit because they want to see, did you connect it? They also don't want to do too much at one time because that might make it easier for you to tag that they're there. So a lot of times they'll do a malware drop and then come back a couple of days later and try and access that channel and see if it works. So that might be what we're actually witnessing here. They're not actually using this just yet. But let's go back to this. noob02skypetm.com.ty. One of the things that strikes me about that is a lot of times attackers like to use domain association. They like to create a domain that looks like it might be some sort of legitimate domain. So this isn't skype.com.tw. It's skypetm.com.tw. That very much looks like something somebody could have registered to try and pretend to be Skype type of thing. If I click on that, I can go into any one of my tools and see, does it know anything about that? And oh, hey, look, Virus Total is saying, yeah, there's 6 security vendors who have flagged this as being something potentially evil. Yeah, that looks like this might be something we need to be concerned about. And I could dig through the other ones if I wanted to, but you get the idea. So this first one, I'm definitely leaning towards evil. What's our second one? Our second one is arc.msn.com. Okay. If I do a little bit of research about that, I find out this is an ad server. So is this malware? It depends on your impression of malware, right? It's being used to serve up ads within Windows. So maybe you might consider that at malware, maybe not. Is it something we need to concern ourselves as part of our threat hunt? No, it's not. We may, make a note about this and say, hey, we have Windows systems pulling ads. We may want to stop that. The easiest way to stop this, go to our name server, tell our name server you are now authoritative for msn.com. And then you create an entry that says, hey, any fully qualified domain name queried within msn.com, give it the IP address 127.0.0.1. So now any system that's trying to serve the user up with banner ads, it will try and connect to the web server port on the local system, which most of the time isn't even going to be there. And now it just fails and boom, they can connect up and it actually saves bandwidth. So the second one, I'm not worried about. So we're back to this first one as being something to worry about. Okay, that user agent string, let's dig in a little bit on that one. So this source, this IP address, is using Weka agent, Crypto API, MSN. Hey, these are all Windows 10. We mentioned that earlier, except for this one bogus one that doesn't look right. and it's only being, this weird user agent string is only being used to talk to this one system. That's looking highly suspicious to me. The last thing we can go in and do as a check is I can go in and I can say, okay, let's take a look at what the URI is for that. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I want a cat http.log. I want to pipe that through zcut, and I want to pull out id.rig_h, the source IP address, id.resp_h, the destination IP address, and then let's pull out the URI. I'm going to take that and I'm going to pump that through sort and then unique-c. Let me copy. Well, actually, let me make sure it works first. Yep, that works. Actually, oh, I didn't go through and limit this. I didn't go through and tell it, okay, let's go back and let's get our IP address here. So the IP address for that system is this one here. So I'm going to copy that to my clipboard, and then I'm going to go back to my session, and I'm going to say, okay, after I sort the data, see, this is why I check this stuff before I just paste it into Discord, grep for that IP address, and then do a unique-c. That worked. Let me copy this into Discord so everybody has a copy of it. So what's this telling us? All 3,188 connections that took place from our internal IP address going to this host out on the internet was querying this very long URI string. That's suspicious. That looks like command and control. This very much looks like encoded information to me. It looks like maybe some sort of Caesar cipher or something along those lines. So how do we run this one down? Well, I would start with the user agent string. That might not get me anywhere. I might search for this directory name. That worked for us last time. The problem this time is this is short and it's all hex characters. So that's probably not going to be a whole lot of help within Google. What probably will give us some good hits is this fully qualified domain name. Go in and look for that, or at the very least, go in and look up that domain. That's probably going to give us some good information about what's going on here. So for lab 3, everything looked okay except for this one. And this one very much looks like a command and control channel. We need to hit that big red incident response button. We need to take a look at this system. The other thing I may go through and do is say, okay, let's go take a look at deep dive and see who's talking to that system out on the internet. Oh, good, it's only this one system. So our system scope is just this one box so far. But we probably want to get in and act fast to make sure that doesn't change. All right, let's see if I missed anything. Oh, wow, this goes all the way back to lab 1. We clearly haven't changed slides in a while. I apologize for that. Let's see what else we got. We did the deep dive. Yeah, this is all lab 1. We covered the lab 1. Lab 2, we did that. Honest, I'm not evil. We talked about that one. Now we're into lab 3. So this is the one we just did. So let's see if I missed anything. Let's see. Doesn't look like it looks close to Skype, but a little scammy. We flagged that. Internet Explorer is the wrong user agent string. That one doesn't exist. We flagged that. It's repetitive. It's going off about every 30 seconds. We talked about that. It's got jitter to it. The only time I have found a persistent connection that jitters, that's actually legitimate, is within cloud environments where the cloud vendor is monitoring the VMs that get spun up. Then the polling they do, they will jitter that. And I think that's just to make sure that they don't run into a situation where the randomness of the universe has everything polling all at the same time and it's too much data for them to consume. So they'll jitter the connection a little bit. That is the only time I've seen this jitter and it's been legit. Most most things that turn out to be legit are very consistent, right? Like if it's a time check, it's going to be exactly every 20 minutes. And without fail. It's not going to sometimes go off at 20 minutes, sometimes go off at 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, no. So when I see jitter, I always get nervous. We talked about, looking that up, showed, this might be a problem. um, excuse me. Yeah, we talked about the characteristics of the communication session. Um, the second one, we looked at that. And we said, this looks like regular Office stuff. That looks fine. Oh, we didn't see this one. I missed this one. We had some Open DNS traffic in there, but that's just a DNS server that people can connect to. So this one looks like it's okay. It's okay if we're using it. In other words, this is okay so long as it's okay for our users to use Open DNS. A lot of times companies will use their own DNS so they can screen out the stuff they don't want people to go to, like sports sites, porn sites, things of that nature. And this could be somebody trying to circumvent that. That kind of gets into policy. That's not really a threat thing to worry about. Let's see what else. Long connections. Yeah, we looked at those. We said those looked okay. So that was it. So we found it. So a lot of times I'll get folks that say, wow, I like this. I'm ramped up. I want to keep going. What else can I do? We have a malware of the day blog that we post. Hint, hint, Keith, got to get another one out soon. Hint, hint. But we do a malware of the day write-up. Here's what you do when you see that if you sign up for the mailing list, we'll let you know when there's new training that pops up, when the malware of the day gets posted, or any blog entries get posted. You get notified about that, so you can go subscribe for those. We're not going to automatically spam you. You have to opt into our stuff. We're not like that. But when you see there's a malware of the day posting, go to the blog entry, but close your eyes, go to your happy place, don't read it. Very quickly skip to the bottom. At the bottom is going to be PCAPs of the malware being analyzed. Grab one of those PCAPs. There's usually a 1 hour and a 24-hour. The 24-hour is preferred for obvious reasons. Download that 24-hour PCAP. Now hunt it. See what you can find. Can you identify what's here and suspicious? Can you identify all the attributes that make it suspicious? Once you think you've finished your analysis, now go back and read the blog entry. Did you miss anything? Like, hey, I figured out that Skype TM was weird, but I missed the fact that Internet Explorer never calls itself Internet Explorer. There's a part in your process you need to tweak. So the reason we post these malwares of the day is it helps you go through and hone your process. If you like what you see and you want the commercial version, here's an email address you can hit. If you type demo in the Zoom chat, not in Discord, because if you type it in Discord, it scrolls away and we always end up missing it. If you throw it into Zoom, or even better, just drop us an email. We're happy to walk folks through a demo. One of the things we do is we lock in prices for customers. So, for example, we've had to increase the price of the product a couple of times over the years, but our first customers that came in, what they're paying for support is the same thing they were paying support when they first came in, which is like less than half of what a new customer is going to have to pay. So what's kind of cool about that is if you get in early, when we do really cool things like rewrite the front end, rewrite the back end, rewrite the middleware, and we come up with something that's really much better, you're never going to see a price increase because of that. But yeah, we're happy to run you through a demo on the enterprise side if you want to see it. Remember this process, right? That's really what this is about. Identify persistency. Once you identify that persistency, figure out, is there a business need for it? If there's not, it's now time to go through and look more closely at that protocol. It's time to look more closely at that endpoint. If you have data sources to tell you about what's going on with that internal system, leverage that. If you're doing local logging, this is when you want to go in and look for that, because again, you have context. If I get a SIM log entry telling me Notepad ran on somebody's system, I'm not going to care. But if I'm seeing a connection out to the internet I don't understand, and now my SIM's telling me Notepad was what was creating that connection, that context is super helpful. That's going to make my data a lot more valuable to me. I mentioned I'm doing the advanced version of this class this week. So if you like this, you want to keep running, jump into the Snake Oil Summit next week. There's a day of lectures that are taking place on a number of different subjects. And then we're going to go through and do 2 days of training. The advanced version of this class is one of my favorite because most of it's hands-on labs. I don't have to talk. A lot of that class literally is just, here's a lab, give it a try. Okay, here's what you should have found. Here's a lab, give it a try, But we do go into more detail about Zeek and how to use that and some of Zeek's deficiencies and how to fix them. So we do get a lot more in the weeds in that class. And that's all I got. So I want to say thank you to everybody who showed up for this. This doesn't work unless people, find what we do interesting. I really appreciate your time. Taking a 6-hour chunk of your life to come listen to us, present this is nothing minor. And it is something that's really appreciated. So, I know a lot of places don't give love back to the folks that attended, but I am very mindful that we suck unless you're here. So thank you for being here so that we will suck less. Much appreciated. And with that, I'm done. So Shelby, Keith, Casey, everybody, anything else anybody wants to toss in?
Yeah, I just also want to give a thank you to everyone in the community who helped answer questions on Discord today.
Yes.
Because we would not be able to, get to all of that without you. With that, some of the frequently asked questions we have are, was this recorded? Yes, it is recorded. The recording should be up within a week. It'll be on our YouTube channel and on the same page of our website where you downloaded the class labs from. The labs are up all the time. So if for whatever reason you couldn't get to them with us live today, they are still going to be open for you to do them or do them again if you'd like to. Certificate of attendance. If you're joining us through Zoom, you will receive the certificate of attendance within 48 hours after the presentation is over. And that will be sent to whatever email address you use to register through Zoom with. And with that, thank you guys.
Just one last thing, Shel, which is you mentioned the threat hunting page. So I posted the link to it into Discord, but of course it scrolled right away. But if you go to the Active Countermeasures website, just go to education, go to threat hunter training. That's the page, and you should have already seen this as part of registering for this. The top of the page will always let you register for the next thing that we're running. Shelby, I think we need to update this number. We're way past 30,000 at this point. Our next class isn't scheduled yet. We're probably looking at late January, early February timeframe. If you subscribe to the mailing list, we will let you know when that class is going to take place. But if you scroll down through this page, down on the bottom is always the recorded version of the last class. So notice we did it on October 3rd. This will get updated with today's class in like a week or two or something like that. So just keep an eye on this page. When you see this get updated, that's the version of the class you had to sit through. And with that, I think I'm done. How about you, dude? How about you, Shelb? Yeah.
Yay.
I'll make a deal with you, dude. If you do a malware of the day post, I will make you my homemade pasta, and I will have my wife make more of her homemade sauce for you.
Can't turn down the free pasta. Well, yeah, enjoy your weekend. And this is probably the last time we're going to do one of these for the year.
Yeah, because we don't have another webcast scheduled for December. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, everybody have a wonderful holiday season, and we will see you in 2024.
Thanks, folks. Later.